8 July 2025, we are proceeding with the matter of Mengo and Mbenenge. Judge President, you are still under oath.
Thank you for the reminder, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to be using, for now, 2 documents. Same as we had, it's volume 3 and the consolidated bundle. Coincidentally, the page we're gonna start at volume 3 is 1200, and the page on the consolidated document is page 12.
Page?
12. 12 of the consolidated, 1200 of volume 3. You just could keep both of them open because we're gonna start there. And Chair, as I did yesterday,
You said the other one is 12.
Yes, the big one is 12. The other one is 1200. That's where we're gonna go. But as we did yesterday, we're gonna go the unorthodox way, and we'll look at that theme. JP, we ended yesterday where you were at page 1199. And I want us to deal with that theme first, and then we will move to the next, 1199, and then we'll go to 1200.
Thank you, honorable panel members. Indeed, side by side, I've got 2 documents here. The one is what we have termed the consolidated document. We will start from page 12. I'll be referring to that. I will also be using volume 3. So, we are now dealing with the events of 17 June. Page 1200 of volume 3 is part of what is said to have occurred on 17 June. But for a basis or creating a context for what I will be saying, I would like to start off by referring the panel members to paragraph 5 at page 27 of the consolidated bundle. There are a few things that I want to highlight quickly before I delve into the substance of my evidence at this point in time. So,
Sorry,
page 14.
Where did you refer us to?
I would like us to go to the consolidated bundle. Small page 14 on top. Paragraph 5. Paragraph 5 at page 14 of the consolidated bundle. What I'm going to read is not without significance. It is going to become relevant as and when I address or present evidence in relation to certain pictures that I'm alleged to have sent to the complainant. Paragraph 5, just the one line. I'm reading it within the hearing of everybody. On the WhatsApp screenshots, you will see the profile picture of the JP that he had then. When a text has blue ticks, it means that it is from me. So that statement is very important. The complainant herself is saying, on WhatsApp screens, you will see his profile picture. And then she goes further to say, when a text has blue ticks, it means that it is from me. So that is something that we will be interrogating as we go on. There are a few other things that I want to highlight quickly before I delve into the substance of my evidence. Same on the same document. Page 17. page 17, paragraph 12 of the
Page 17.
17, small 17 on top, paragraph 12. Now, the second sentence there says, I didn't respond, and JP kept asking me to speak. Just to highlight that, I'm going to be dealing with those things. And then over page 18, paragraph 15, towards the bottom, where reference is made to K3 and K4. So we're at page 18 of the consolidated bundle. We are at paragraph 15. It's got quite a number of unnumbered lines, but it's the second last one from the bottom. Sorry, it's the second from the bottom. So she says, okay, we meet and just converse without going to the intimate route, to which he deleted annexure K3. He asked me if only I wanted to be friends with him. I did not respond. I would like us to emphasize the words, I did not respond. I will be dealing with that at some point. So much for those gymnastics referring to broad strokes, so to speak. Back to what is said to have happened on the 17th of June. I would like us, Chairperson and honorable members, to go to paragraph 13 of the same document that we were paging. I'm here dealing with what is at page 1200, but I prefer starting with what is in the complaint. So what is in the complaint, paragraph 13, page 17, is what I now tend to deal with. So I'm at paragraph 13, page 17. For us to understand what we are about on the 17th, I believe we need to look at the complaint, we need to look at the conversations as embodied in volume 3. Let me read what she says. On 17 June 2021, JP asked me whether we were warming up. I must mention that when he was talking about work, I would respond, and he changed his topic slightly as soon as he realizes he has my attention. He sent me pictures which he kept deleting, and there is one that he sent, took a screenshot before he deleted. So the complainant is telling everybody here, telling this tribunal, by way of the complaint that we are about, that she took a screenshot of what I had deleted. I kept quiet. He then sent me a text saying BJ, ? And I did not respond. He then sent me an image of a man muffing a woman. I was quiet and decided not to respond. There again, she says she did not respond. As he was sending me these messages and pictures, then she refers to annexures H and H1. Honorable panel members, we are dealing with what is said to have happened on the 17th of June. We now know what she has said in the complaint, more particularly the fact that there is a picture. And from what I'm reading here, the suggestion is that it was a private part and then he took a screenshot. So we will be on the lookout for a screenshot. Let's then,
JP, can I request you for the record that when you read a quotation where you're quoting, please, for the record, because don't interpose your commentary until you finish the entire quote.
thank you.
Thank you.
So going back to paragraph 13, I quote, he sent me pictures which he kept deleting, and there is one that he sent, took a screenshot before he deleted, I kept quiet, close quote. So I'm saying in relation to that, we now know that I'm alleged to have sent a picture to her, which she took a screenshot of. Now, No time frames are mentioned at paragraph 13, which I've just read. Let me now take the honorable panel members and all role players in this tribunal to page 1200 of volume 3. So, volume 3, 1200, at the top, it is the word understood. In other words, prior to that, the complainant had said, I'm going to wake up very early when you will still be asleep. And that is where we ended yesterday. And I said, no, I will also be waking up. I've got a judgment to write. It is against that background then that I said, ye draw, which means we are on par, our situations are the same. I say ye draw at page 1199 at 2130. So her response at 2130 is that she understood what I was saying. That response is also at page 1200, which I now turn to deal with. So what we see there, we see that angelic face and a hugging face from me at 2130. Then 2130, 2130, 2132, there are deletions. Then there's BJA. Then there's 2133, 2133, 2134. Then there is not to worry about that from the complainant at 2134. And then there's length from the complainant at 2135. Then 2137. And then below 2137 from me, it's okay. And then at 2139, there's something that is deleted. But at 21:55, she says, Bendi busy, uxolo, I was busy, I'm sorry. So that takes us to the following page, which is 1201. Bendi busy, uxolo, I was busy, I'm sorry. That is at 21:55. Honorable panel members, allow me to deal with the allegations. The allegation and the evidence that was tendered within the context of what is said to have happened at page 1200. And let me be upfront and say there's nothing that I transmitted such as alleged by the complainant. Those were mere chats within the context of those sensual things that we were discussing. I'm going to deal with that at the opportune stage, but I did not send any picture. But let's look at what the complainant is saying. I've already demonstrated that in her complaint, she says, I sent something. She took a screenshot of that. Let's go to her testimony. Let's go to her testimony. I would have loved to avoid bringing time and again the testimony as contained in the transcript, but let me talk about it. So, I have established and demonstrated that at paragraph 13, page 17 of the consolidated document where the complaint is set out, she is said to have taken a screenshot. We must now ask ourselves a question, screenshot of what? Is it K8 maybe? Yes, maybe, maybe not, but I want to deal with that. Now, she was led during her evidence in chief on the strength of volume 3 about what she says she saw. This is where she talks about at 21 hours 32. She says, honorable members of the panel, back to page 1200, she says, what is deleted at 1200 at 2132? She says, it was his private part. This is her testifying before this tribunal. It was his private part with hair exactly the same color of his hair on his head. It was clear that he was standing above the toilet cubicle. So we must be on the lookout.
JP, can I request you that you take us to where that testimony is?
The testimony, could I have the I would have loved to. Could I have the transcript? I think preferably my documents, the transcript. This is page 21 on 15 January 2024 of the transcript. So it seems we will need to have 3 bundles.
We may proceed.
Yes. I can't proceed until I get it. I need the transcript. Yes, I think that's it. So the testimony is the testimony of 15 January at page 21. Testimony, I'm looking at the transcript now. Testimony of 15 January at page 21. Can I proceed to
Yes, please.
read from the transcript? Advocate Skepas, yes, you may continue. Sorry, let me start at the top. The top one, I'm not able to remember. The second one from the top, rather, correction, Chair. The second one, I cannot remember. The time is 21:30. The time about which she was testifying is 21:30. So that takes us back to page 1200. So I've got these 3 documents in front of me. The consolidated
Would that be
bundle.
the first deletion?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So the first deletion is at 21:30. She's asked about that. She says she can't remember. Asked about the third one, she can't remember. But then when it comes to the one at 21:32, the third one timed 21:32. From the top, it was his private part with hair exactly the same color of his hair on his head. Was it a video? Was it a photo? Can you explain to us what type of message was this? It was a picture, and in the picture, it was clear that he was standing above the toilet cubicle. And then line 20, there was no caption. So we know that she is addressing herself to what is said to have occurred on the 17th of June at 21:32. She is saying what I deleted, the message that I deleted was in fact what I've now read. This thing about a private part and pubic hair and all that. So we know from the complaint that she took a screen grab of that was exchanged on that night. We are not told, there's nothing annexed to the complaint that points to this screen grab. Then at page 23, we were reading from page 21 of the transcript. So at page 23, line 6 and 7. It was, oh, sorry, I'm reading what Advocate Skepas asked her. Now you say you cannot remember what those messages was about that was deleted. In your complaint, you say you did use stickers and it is the disputed stickers. Then she says it was marked H1 and H2. Can you remember that? If you go to volume 1, page 36, then she says it is 36, Advocate. And then further down, line 18, Advocate Skepas, it is quite explicit pictures that was sent to you. Is that correct? Ms. Mengo responds, that is correct. Advocate Skepas, it is of a pornographic nature. So we now know we are being addressed in relation to H1 and H2. What does she say in the complaint at page 17, the consolidated document, about H1 and H2? the last sentence there, paragraph 13 at page 17 of the consolidated bundle. He then sent me an image of a man muffing a woman. I was quiet and decided not to respond as he was sending me these messages and pictures. Then she says, see annexure H, comma, H1. She's then talking about a man muffing a woman. When we read the transcript, we are told it's a pornographic picture. When we go to H1 and H2, we find it as part of a conversation much later in the year during 2022. Maybe it would be to unduly overburden these proceedings if I were to go to that part of it now, this H1 and H2. I wish H1 and H2. That was the footnote that Dr. Mello spoke about, where there are two individuals. It's pornographic material. I hope the panel members do recall that. I'm a bit hamstrung. I would have loved to go to H1 and H2. Maybe let me do that.
May I tell members of the panel that it's in volume 1, you don't have to take it. It's page 30,
Page?
36
Page?
of volume 1,
Page?
36.
36. Thank you, Counsel. Page 36. Of volume 1.
Yes.
Could I have my other bundle there, maybe? Then, which has got to do with volume 1.
So yes. In this other document, it's page 39.
Please hand me this. Thank you.
Chair, the clearer picture in the consolidated document of this is page 39. So you may not have to take volume 1. You go to the page 39 of
Small 39.
yes, small 39. It's
I
clearer.
see H1 and H2 right at the bottom. It is not a picture of a man muffing a woman. H1 and H2 are not that. H1 and H2 at the bottom, it's pornographic stuff. They're at the bottom of that document, H1 and H2. So this then negates the suggestion made in the complaint that it was a picture of a man muffing a woman. I just wanted to deal with that quickly. I may return to it at some point. Let me not disturb the rhyme and rhythm of what I was busy presenting. So in her evidence at page 23, it is quite explicit pictures that were sent to you. That is correct. It is of a pornographic nature. That is correct. So the complaint itself told us that it was a picture of a man muffing a woman. So I'm here dealing with two things. One, this picture of a private part that was allegedly sent, which she took a screenshot of. I don't know whether it's K8 or something else, but let me proceed to give my evidence in relation to that. So thus far, what we can see is that according to the complaint, she took a picture of a private part. According to her testimony, she describes how this private part looked like. According to the complaint, H1 and H2 are pictures of a man muffing a woman. And then, this is very interesting. We know that, Chairperson, much later, when she testified, she made mention of a screenshot that she had taken, which she, according to her evidence, shared with Ms. Brenda Nguta. So we need to go to the transcript in relation to that. What I see here is, I'm trying
JP,
to
could you
get
tell
to,
us the page?
I'm trying to
Could you
get
tell
to
us?
where she makes mention of Brenda, who was later called to testify. Trying to get through to that. Where she says, I had taken a screenshot, which I shared with Ms. Nguta. And then that is how we get to K8. Then my evidence is the allegation is made of a private part with white pubic hair and all that. Yet we see from a reading of that annexure that there's nothing like that. There's nothing like pubic hair, white pubic hair and all that. Chairperson, so going back to 1200, 1200 of volume 3. My version is that those were mere sensual charts. I did not send her any picture. There is at 2132 a question BJ equal to. Clearly, I was trying to engage her in relation to what she would previously had said above. She also says not to worry about that. Clearly, that's a conversation. It's not a picture. Not to worry about that. Elsewhere, she has said, I did not respond. Something is deleted. Her response is length. The answer is okay. Then finally on the 17th, bendi busy, uxolo. I was busy. I'm sorry. So at page 1200, it's merely conversations. And I think it's quite abundantly clear in my view that there's nothing about pictures there. 2130 on top there, it says understood. And then at 2130, quickly thereafter, there's something that I sent. It's an angelic picture. And then 2130, something else is deleted. I maintain it was a conversation. And then at 2132, I still believe it was a conversation. I ask a question, BJ equal to question mark. In other words, I'm engaging her in relation to BJ. And then 2133, 2133, and 2134. Clearly, this was a discussion. She says not to worry about that. At 2134, I maintain it is a discussion. She says length, and then I say okay, and then finally, what happens on that day, which is 17 June, is bendi busy uxolo. Clearly, that must have been something like, I see you may not have responded, or what was happening, or whatever else. She says, bendi busy, uxolo. Those are facts relative to 17 June. It was a mere chat, no pictures were exchanged, and I have tried my best to demonstrate that there is this allegation she makes in the complaint. She took a screen grab. She explains when testifying what she saw. We will sit here until cows come out. We are not going to see this alleged picture of private parts with one standing on top of a cubicle and with white pubic hair such as his has. I'm at pains to have to talk about these things, Chairperson. The situation is such that I've got to be explicit because I have to defend myself. So the point that I have made thus far, honorable members, is that I did not send a private part. And then I've pointed to incongruities in her presentation, both in the complaint itself and what was testified to by her, which is what she explains she saw. I would clearly need a bit of assistance. Maybe let me do this.
Chair, can I assist the witness with the?
I want to go to this picture,
Sorry,
which is
JP.
K8.
Sorry, JP. I'm saying on the what he was looking for. It's the transcript of 20 January at page 43 and 44. I'm not asking it to go there, but I think that's the.
Counsel, can you help me with that?
Yeah.
Can you help
About
me?
the
Because I want,
screenshot. It's the issue you wanted to talk about, and you were not finding the
where we are told
transcript.
what she shared with Brenda.
Yes.
Page number?
It's page 43 of the transcript of 20 January 2025.
Thank you. 20 January
20.
2025. I found 20 January 2025. Yes. Page 42.
43.
All right. Let me start at page 42 because I had made a marking here. Line 20 of the transcript at page 42. Advocate Skiepas, let us start with page 47. That was marked as K8 during your initial complaint. Yes, I can see it. Yes. What is depicted there on page 8? I see it is photograph on page 46. That was K8. And then over to page 43. Mr. Jonasa 46 or 47. Advocate Skiepas 47, sorry. Then further down, I think this is line 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Miss Mango, addressing herself to K8. It is one of the pictures that got deleted, but I took a screenshot and forwarded it to my colleague in order for the colleague to keep it for me. Now the point is made. So what we have in paragraph 13 of the consolidated bundle at page 17, I quote, he sent me pictures which he kept deleting. And there is one that he sent, took a screenshot before he deleted. I kept quiet, stop, close quote. This is what she said. Now, when she testifies, she tells this tribunal that, remember that picture that I took a screenshot of? It is K8. So we know from her testimony on that fateful day where she says, I saw pubic hair, somebody standing on top of a toilet cubicle. We can't help but be curious to see and find that picture. We can't find it because it is said to be K8. That is the point I was trying to make, Chairperson and honorable members. She took a screenshot. She testifies about what the cubicle and all those things and white pubic hair and all that. I can't help but say, let's go to This K8, this creature, that is K8. One of the most devastating things that have been said about me at this tribunal, I'm looking for K8. I seek the assistance of my team. I just want to zoom into K8.
Can I assist if in your consolidated document,
Yes,
small page 50?
small page 50.
Yes.
Thank you, SC. Oh, yes, here it is. The small page 50. It is that document with no origin, with 0905 at the bottom. It is that document that must be juxtaposed with what she says occurred around 2132. This is the point I was trying to make yesterday, which is simply that we have this document 0905 at the bottom, page 50. We don't see a toilet cubicle. We don't see whatever with white hairs, such as he has. She was asked whether she has ever seen it, and the answer was no. This is the shame that I've had to go through in these proceedings. Now, at this point in time, I am making moment of this K8. I believe that there is sufficient that I've said, at least for now, counsel, in relation to this K8.
Thank you.
And
JP, we're gonna move to
yes, I'm going to move to something
the
else.
next theme, Chair. The next theme is starts from the date of it's at 12:02. The date is 20th June. It's 12:02 of volume 3.
Date, sorry.
Yes, what it is, it's that theme of sorry,
The date. The date.
Well,
20 June.
Yes.
Just hold on, JP. 20 June. It's page 12:02 at the bottom. It starts there. We're gonna move. That is just one, and it moves to that theme, an allegation that's by the complainant. That then what's gonna follow is let's call it an attack of courage, was to confront this. So I'll allow him to go to that theme as well. Thank you, JP. You may proceed.
thank you, counsel.
JP, you must allow yourself to be led
Yes.
sometimes, because you know, when I was at the bar, one of the rules was that an advocate is not allowed to represent a member of the family, because you become subjective.
Yes.
So be careful not to become too subjective as not to allow yourself to be led by
Yes.
somebody who might be a bit objective.
I follow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I said
before-
yesterday, this is no ordinary witness, but I've allowed the JP, as I said, autopilot, so that I don't interject, but just the theme that she's about to start with. But I still think it's more effective if I put him on auto cruise, and I'll stop him when I think he's going to the banks of the river.
Yes.
It is against that background, Chairperson, that I'm simply going on and on and on. It is not for any other reason. A case in point, for instance, is that we have to deal with 18 June.
In fact, it's 18 June. Yes.
Yeah, 1201 is 18 June. So I want us to go to 18 June. Let's start with the complaint. Paragraph 14, pages 17 to 18. This is what she says in her complaint. 18 June 2021, paragraph 14, pages 17 to 18.
Sorry, where you are? Where are you?
I'm at pages 17 to 18. Let's start with page 17 of the consolidated bundle. As the chairperson laid his finger on,
Yes, we have it.
thank you. Paragraph 14 at the bottom. On 18 June 2021, he asked me to finish what we were talking about, and he asked if he was wrong, and I said no. Close quote. Let me read again. On 18 June 2021, he asked me to finish what we were talking about and asked if he was wrong, question mark, and I said no, close quote. I stopped there. So this is a story in the complaint. Let's go to page 1201. Council, I'm at 1201 now. Thank you for taking me to that point. So there's an ear in the early hours of the morning. I'm getting ready for work. I said good, and then I said Gribezela and laughed. And then especially Riento, she laughed at that. I asked Ndirongo. The answer was two, not at all. And then
JP, I'll ask you again. Please just allow us to know what time you're talking about.
thank you. 18 June 0052. There's an ear. Response at 0351. Morning, getting ready for work. 0405. Me, good. 0405. Gqibezela. 0405. Lol. LOL. Laugh out loud. 0405. Especially Riento.
Can I stop you there? Can you go to Gqibezela and just tell us what you meant?
Gqibezela, finish up what we were talking about.
Miss
Finish
Interpreter.
up or conclude.
Thank you.
0406. Laughing emojis. 0406. Ndirongo. Am I wrong? 0407. Two. Not at all. 0601 deleted, 0603 deleted, and then 06025 ubhale ucima kodwa uyayazi ndibhizi. You are writing and deleting, yet you know that I am busy.
Interpreter.
You are writing and deleting, yet you are aware that I'm busy.
Thank you.
What I'm doing at this point is to demonstrate the incongruity between the complaint. She says in the complaint at paragraph 14, on 18 June 2021, he asked me to finish what we were talking about and asked if he was wrong, and I said no. Ndirongo is at 0406, me asking. It's got it. Then she says Ndirongo. Then she says not at all. Yes, she says I said no. The context is very important. Am I wrong having regard to what is said at page 1201, real position which she laughed to? Am I wrong? You are not wrong at all. So context is very important. That is what I wanted to demonstrate, Council, which is at page 1201. I thought that it is prudent for me to demonstrate that what is said, in fact, in the complaint is a far cry from the testimony, and in fact, the context is set out at page 1201 on 18 June 2021.
And at this point, JP, let me ask, had you sensed any discomfort from the complainant? Had you sensed any discomfort with the conversation?
Not at all. Not at all. Even the Haike, which is at 025, which relates to the fact that ndibhale ndicima, I wrote and deleted. knowing that she's busy. This is how I look at it. I am busy. I would have loved to see what you were writing and deleting and all that. Then she says, Haike. Now somebody's gonna come, I believe, and say, Haike means a rebuff. Certainly not in the context of what is happening here.
Can I get the interpreter? Because there is a misinterpretation of whether haike or hai means no, of the 12 no's. Can the interpreter, Chair, tell us?
Once more, Chair, the Aike in this particular context has no interpretation or translation of a no. Particularly, once again, it has become an expression of understanding what the other side was saying. It's more of, Aike, it's okay, I understand what you are saying, so there's no no in the Aike term. It's another expression of in agreeing with whatever you've heard from the other side.
Thank you, Chair. You may continue, JP.
Thank you, Council. Chairperson, this takes us to 1202.
Can I interject, JP, please? I'm at pains to understand the context of this conversation. 1201.
At 1201.
Yes, please bear with me. I'm a bit lost. Was it a sexual conversation or what was it all about?
Deeply sensual.
So when Mengo says, Rie into ento,
When I say, especially, I want to hear you, especially in relation to the rear position. This is me talking at 0405.
so Rie
Honorable
position
member.
means what in this context?
In this context, it's about a position, a sleeping position.
Sexual
Yes,
sleeping, okay.
Yes. It is.
Okay, thank you.
So this conversation is deeply sensual. She's asked about that position at 0405, 0406. She laughs. And then I asked, am I wrong in so saying? She says 2, which means not at all. And that is the context. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
So we are at 1202. We now know that there is Haike, which is not a rebuff. Then at 0625, in response to what she said, ubhale ucima kodwa uyayazi busy. You keep writing and deleting, yet you know I am busy. And I say to her, the reason why I deleted is precisely because so that I don't distract you. This is me talking at 0625, page 1202. At 0626, we've got that emoji from her of a person with hands or arms around her head, which is responded to by me at 0628. And then 0628 is in the morning. And then the next chart is at 1809 when I comment on her status. I said,
What does that mean, JP?
I was complimenting what I was seeing.
Thank you.
That concludes the business of 18 June Council. And now we are on 20 June, about which you spoke earlier on, which, with your permission, I will tend to deal with.
Chair, it's the same, and members of the panel, it's the same page of volume through 1202.
I wake up to a compliment. Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Can I ask you there, JP, was this the first or second or every time you get this? Was this
It was the first time.
from the complainant?
Yes. Two things are very significant in answer to the question posed. The one is receiving something from the complainant saying Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, rather. So bear in mind that I became a judge in 2015. I became JP in 2017. I see that the complainant must have started around 2019 to be a secretary to Judge Robertson. And then there are these chats, these flirtatious chats between the two of us, which are the subject of these proceedings. The issue being whether they were wanted or unwanted. 20 June, early in the morning at 0603, Happy Father's Day, and most significantly, Jola. If my memory serves me well, I have not been referred to as Jola by her until this point in time. I want to say something about Jola. Jola is my clan name. If you say Jola, it's an endearment. It brought about a measure of warmth on my part. 20 June 2021, 0603, Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Maybe you should slow down a bit, JP. Slow down a bit because
Thank you.
trying to keep pace with you.
Thank you. Sorry for moving fast. So we are at page 1202. The time is 0603. I wake up to a conversation initiated by the complainant. For the first time, I receive Happy Father's Day from her. She refers to me as Jola. The time is 0603 in the morning. Being called by clan name within the culture, and I'm not at all blowing culture out of proportion here, as some may think. The point of substance is that when somebody calls you by your clan name, it's an endearment. That's just the point I'm making.
And JP, while you were referring to other documents, was this disclosed in the complaint?
Happy Father's Day.
This endearment comment, as you call it?
No, not at all, actually. As far as I can see. On 20 June, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister, with my sister's kids at Spare, and he sent me, oh, sorry, I'm reading from page 18 of the consolidated bundle.
Yes. Chair, it's paragraph 15.
Paragraph 15. Let me quote what she says at paragraph 15. On 20 June, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spare, and he sent an emoji of tongue sticking out. He told me that we had not finished our conversation the last time, and I meant to say I could no longer communicate, and he asked me why. He sent me a video of a man lying on her back with a man on top. On the same day, I sent a text that I'm around East London. Let me stop there. Close quote. So what happened on 20 June, according to the complaint, has just been read. What is at page 1202, which is not part of the complaint, is Happy Father's Day, Jola. So we now know that there's, with due respect, selective amnesia on the part of the person who wrote this complaint and swore to it.
And what did this reference to you mean to you or make you feel?
Which one?
Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Happy Father's Day by a person who had intermittently referred to me as judge, or no prefix was used, especially when we were talking about deep sensual stuff. Then for the first time, I see Happy Father's Day, Jola. Counsel, I say it's an endearment. It's something that makes you feel warm when you are called by it.
Thank you. You may proceed, JP.
So there's an interposition there at page 1202, but let me wait until we are all at page 1202. Happy Father's Day, Jola. She's the first to address this flirtatious couple. And then at 0605, I say thank you, Sisi. I thanked her for saying Happy Father's Day, Jola. I'm at page 1202. I see there's an interposition of 19 June. But that's how things are. So at 1202, 1203, thanks, Sisi, at 0605 by me. It seems that this conversation continues when it says, from my side, I saw the order granted on that day, Kubi Echinimos 0607. It must have related to court proceedings. Then, still at 1203, Bati bazopinda if things aren't fixed. In other words, they will engage in strike action or demonstration, as far as I can remember the context here, if their grievances are not attended to. I defer to wisdom when it comes to this. But bazopinda if things are not fixed.
Let me assist the tribunal. But bazopinda, they say they will again repeat the strike if their demands are not met.
That's 0610 at page 1203. Then there's a voice note forwarded many times. I believe it related to that conversation. And then I commented, it looks like there's a third force at 0621. And then at 0622, I say, changing the topic slightly. So 0622 is on 20 June 2021. Then I say, changing the topic slightly. The next thing that happens at 2223 on that day.
JP, at this point, a point was made by the expert that what happens here is that every time the discussion is not sensual, as you call it, you redirect it to there, and some kind of moment was made of this. That you redirect, you are persisting.
Yes. Maybe let me separate redirection from persistence and say, I don't have a book which I can read in relation to what I can talk about and what I cannot talk about with somebody that I talk. In other words, I see myself as free to talk with whatever topic, with a friend or with somebody that I believe I relate with flirtatiously. So this notion about redirecting, it would be very artificial for me to say, now hang on, step number 1, we're going to talk about what's happening in Grahamstown, Makanda. And then I will then say, it looks like we've exhausted that topic. Point number 2, let's talk about our flirtatious relationship. That sounds too artificial, in my view.
Thank you, JP. You may proceed.
Then something was mentioned about persistence. in your question, counsel.
Yes.
Let me remind this tribunal that the complainant, apart from all else, putting aside culture and everything else, had said to me, earn it. So earn it in and by itself, I submit, has got this notion of inviting me to persist, earn it. But from the conversations up to this point, putting it in Xhosa, akunyuki qhina.
The direct translation of that, we are not going up the hill.
I'm saying things are just running smoothly,
Thank you.
even in spite of earn it. On the issue of persistence within the context of the Eurocentric perspective, I am loath to delve into that. It suffices for me to simply say persistence is persistence. Demanding is something else. Coercion is something else.
Thank you, JP. You may proceed.
So the next conversation is at 22:23. It might indeed be that her status picture that I commented on is what she is addressing herself to at page 15. On 20 June, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spare, and he sent me an emoji of tongue sticking out. Absolutely correct. Save that, she starts 20 June, according to the complaint at that point. We now know that she had said Happy Father's Day and so on. Now, honorable members, the point I'm simply making here, counsel, is that we're at 20 June. We see at 22:23, indeed, I'm commenting with a salivating or an emoji that indicates or demonstrates appetite. That is at 22:23, at page 1203. So her status had a picture of her sitting at Spare, and that is how I responded or reacted to that status. Then 22:23, those two emojis with Ichu. I can't figure out exactly what it meant, but I believe it is of no moment, at least for present purposes. I would use Ichu like shoo, S-H-U-U-U, when I exclaim to something that is attractive to me.
Can I ask the interpreter to see whether that's consistent?
There's, Chair, an element when one say these words, shoo. There is an element of appreciating whatever it is to an extent where one is even able to send a particular picture to show how hot, how appreciative they are of that particular thing that they see or moment of what they feel. So the shoo comes with SH and a couple of U's.
Thank you.
I frowned a bit when she said it comes with SH, because we are dealing with sexual harassment here. But as soon as she said SHUUU, shoo, I became comfortable. Anyway, I'm just mentioning that in passing. So
Right.
I then say we had not finished our conversation at 22:23. This spills over to 1204, honorable panel members. 1204, we had not finished our conversation the other day. Now that is at 22:24. Then immediately thereafter at 22:24, within seconds, there's these three emojis and a laughing, when three emojis of a monkey closing its eyes and four rolling with laughter emojis. May I pause there? In my view, that is not a rebuff. It is, in my view, simply continuation of flirtatious interaction. It is not a rebuff. May I pause here to say we were told about 12 no's. For my part, I've not come across any no. Maybe we are getting closer to something like that. Then at 22:24, immediately thereafter, she says, andisakonqeni. Andisakonqeni. My interpretation of that is can only be read with what is at 1205, undenza shy. But let me pause, because I don't want to arrogate to myself proficiency in the Xhosa language. Andisakonqeni. I can only say I did not regard that as a rebuff. I simply regarded it as something that says, oh, how I wish I could avoid you in a flirtatious context.
Can
But
we
I
can we
defer
get
to-
the interpreter to see how close you are to the objective interpretation?
Let's first start with undenza shy, you make me shy. And then andisakonqeni, that also has an element of one stating that I do not want to become too over familiar with you, but not in a negative connotation, or how I wish I could not avoid you, which is, I believe that's what the JP similarly said earlier. So it's in two ways, I would say.
So we are at page 1204,
Yes, JP.
22:24. We've got those emojis. The three, in my view, signify ukumutsa, and isakonqeni is fortified at 22:24. And then
Could
at
you
22,
repeat again? There's a word you use there, signified uku.
ukumutsa, UKUMUSMUTSU, TSA, ukumutsa.
We came across this word again just for the record.
Yesterday.
Would you tell us?
Ukumutsa, once more, it's the element of being flirtatiously shy.
Thank you. And then at 22:24, there is that picture that I sent. I think it must have been a picture of me. I am going to demonstrate why I say that. It was a picture of me. I sent it at 22:24. If my memory serves me well, this was the first time ever that I sent the complainant a picture of me. I may be wrong, but it seems to me that my memory serves me well, it was the first time ever. 22:24, and then 22:24, these things crossed path, because within seconds, she comments to the picture that I sent to her.
JP, you are now at 12:05.
Thank you. Yes, counsel. At 22:24, she says, cute, CUTE. The picture that I sent, she comments to it, cute, CUTE. Maybe let me pause here and say, esiXhoseni ubuhle bendoda zinkomo.
Okay.
In the language of isiXhosa, putting this into context, I would not say beauty because that's for ladies, but the handsomeness of a man depends on how many cows he has.
Yes.
And what's the relevance of this idiom?
The relevance of this idiom, at least to start off with, when a lady is going to say to you, you look handsome, nature tells you that this lady fancies you. I'm just being very explicit about it.
Is that how you understood it?
This is how I understood it. This is how I still understand it.
Thank you.
But I did not comment to that because I just thought, hey, it's rare, especially within my context, for somebody to simply say, you are cute. I've never regarded myself as a handsome man necessarily. I do know that I comb my hair from time to time. I'm particular about that. But there it is, it says cute. I did not respond to that for the sake of modesty. And then 2225, when undenza shy, I think that has already been interpreted. And all,
As in, you make me shy.
yes.
Thank you, interpreter.
And I am saying, within the context of that, when undenza shy, with that monkey closing eyes, and it must be recalled that I am not talking about something ex post facto. In my affidavit before the JCC, I said something about my interpretation of this emoji, monkey closing eyes. Now I am saying, as far as I know, it signifies ukumutsa, which basically, as I said yesterday, it's a pretense of shyness or modesty intended to be alluring, typically used by a female person. All right, it's 22:25. The time is 22:25 at page 1205. I have not come.
JP, when you say it's typically used by a female person, do you want to say that generally is your question that female person in general or in your context? What do you mean?
I would say, generally speaking, and also especially within the context of these discussions.
Thank you.
So what follows at 22:25 is obviously a video that I sent, 22:25. As far as I can make out, seated where I am now, it is a couple that seems to be cuddling and that seems to be intimate with one another. That is what I sent. At 22:25, it's something like lasting for 30 seconds. I see a couple that is cuddling. Then I asked at 22:25, in what way? Then her response is, uyazibona ke?
Which means, interpreter.
With 3 laughing emojis.
Just hold on, JP.
Thank you.
The direct translation, do you now see yourself? Or do you see how you are? I think the
JP,
second one is better. Do you see how you are?
JP, what did you understand this to mean with those emojis?
Playful flirtation on the part of the complainant as we were busy talking. And it's going to become clearer when we move further down. Uyazibona ke? It has been interpreted. Then
What would you say, JP, to an interpretation that this person is saying, do you see yourself how bad you are?
that would be reading too much into a flirtatious conversation, which is easy to interpret if one objectively goes through the conversations as unfolding in this document.
All right, JP, you may proceed.
So here is somebody who has referred to me as cute. I would say grudgingly, I became a bit modest. I did not comment to that. Then there's something that is deleted at 22:26. Then same time, she says, ndisemonti kungangcono sijongane.
Can I just, Chair, this is the theme I talked about as a separate theme, where I think a lot was said about this is the time, the conversation I said earlier, when the complainant had an attack of courage to confront this, at least according to her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, it is so, counsel, that the East London event commences right here. and it goes up to and including page 1219. So we are now at page 1206.
Just a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the hour has come. 2226, uyazibona ke? 2226, deleted by me. I can't remember what it was. It may have been another picture that I sent, but the focus is on what she says at 2226. Ndise Monti, I am in East London. Kungangcono sijongane. It would be best if we meet face to face.
Can I get the objective interpretation?
The interpretation or direct translation to that, I am in East London. It would be better if we meet face to face or in person.
Thank you.
Then she says it can be tomorrow or the other day, which is pure English. Then my question at 2227 is, kukho ntoni, in other words, in East London? What is happening in East London? That is at 2227.
Let's hold it, JP, slowly. and hear.
Kukho ntoni, indeed, what is happening in East London or what is in East London?
Thank you.
Then at 2227, this is a comment she makes to a picture that I sent to her. Chairperson, it could either have been the first one that I had sent or the second one, or a second one. But what she says is, ukyut londo.
Okay, yeah.
That is at 2227.
Utyhut lonto. The lonto part, that's where I'm coming to, Chair. It's more of someone saying, you are cute indeed, or you are cute by the way.
Thank you. JP, this is the
Mr.
second
Sakani,
time?
can I just ask one
Yes.
question?
Yes.
It looks like these words were previously interpreted. Would I be correct to say so?
Yes.
Based on my
They
record.
They have. They
Okay.
have been interpreted
They have,
that
huh?
way. Yes.
Okay.
And JP, this is, if I'm not wrong, the second time you are accused of being cute.
It's the second time, Council, that I'm being complimented as being handsome
Okay.
by the complainant.
Please proceed.
So remember, first time around, somewhat grudgingly, I thought I should not comment. But the second time around, ukyut londo, you are handsome indeed. Then kukho ntoni is at 2227. 2227, eMonti, I'm asking, what is happening in East London? But at the same time, I think these charts crossed one another. Then I said thank you to Ukyut Londo. This time, I appreciated the compliment.
And JP, am I correct that you're still on the 20th of June, isn't it?
We are still dealing with 20 June. We are getting closer to the invite. I think we have dealt with the invite, which is ndisemonti kungangcono sijongane. It can be tomorrow or the other day. In the midst of us interacting the fashion we wear, I'm being complimented as being handsome. I don't want to blow this out of proportion, Chairperson. If I had a way,
You don't have to.
I don't have to be bigger than my head. But
All I'm asking
this is
you
what we have
is
here.
that was said, we know now that you took us to the paragraph, the complainant narrating what happened on the 20th of June.
Yes.
Does she mention this in the complaint?
Not at all.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. 1207 shows at 2227 my pursuit of a question. Kukondoni eMonti, what is happening? Monti is East London. What is happening in East London? And then it's a repetition of me being appreciative of her complimenting me. So, SC, ndiseMonti, kungangcono sijongane, it can be tomorrow or the other day. Then, in response to my question, Kukondoni, what is happening in East London? She responds at 2227. Ndihlala apha kwamna, but this week I'm working with Bloom in his Bartleyhead matter. I actually stay here in East London, but this week I'm working with Judge Bloom, who is hearing a Bartleyhead matter in Bishop 2227.
That is correct. I actually live here or stay here in East London. And then the rest of the statement is indeed in English, Chair.
It is apposite for me to mention that at this point, I have not come across any rebuff
Can I
of
take
any
you back-
kind.
Can I take you back to what you may have passed through on page 1206?
Yes.
The invitation to, well, the compliment, so you call it, at 2227. Am I correct that it's sandwiched by the invitations or invitation to
To
East
meet
London?
physically.
To East London, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that
you
is indeed
proceed.
so. Thank you, SC. And then we go up to 2228 at 1207. I had known Sharon, a lady, to be Judge Bloom's secretary. So I asked, have you swept with Sharon, who is the usual secretary of Judge Bloom? I was just asking a question. In response, the answer was, yes, JP. Maybe we have to permanently. Yes. So the question is, have you swapped? The answer is, at least for now, yes. Maybe maybe JP, it says yes, JP. Maybe we have to permanently swap. Now I am JP in the context of swapping and all those things, something that I did not necessarily entertain. Why? Because of the impending retirement of Kagogo, that is Judge Robertson. Is this swap going to come about because of the
JP,
impending
just let's
retirement?
say, because the people who may interpret Gogo as a derogatory term, can we hear from the interpreter?
Gogo, the direct translation, we will say the word gogo normally to a grandmother in English, but in your Nguni language, you would say gogo or umakhulu, which is still a grandmother.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, SC.
Thanks.
So the question is why? Because of the impending retirement, Kamakulu, or the old lady, so to speak. Then the response is, indenzela ixhala ke leyo. But I was just saying. So there are three emojis. They could mean anxiety, indeed, because she says, indenzela ixhala leyo, but I was just saying. So
Interpreter?
Ixhala can be either worry or anxiety.
Thank you. What did you understand this to mean, JP?
I was being invited in my capacity as JP to comment on her quest for this swapping. And I exited. I did not entertain it. I simply said, oh, okay. Okay also appears at page 1208. One 208 at 2230, Chairperson. And then question 2231. You reckon kungancazelwana this week? Then there is that emoji signifying shyness about what I was talking about. You reckon kungancazelwana this week? You reckon we can be intimate this week? And then these three emojis at 2231.
Just hold on, just slow down.
Ukuncazelana would mean in the isiXhosa language English, intimate. You reckon we could be intimate this weekend?
Thank you, JP. You may proceed.
If it is convenient, we can adjourn here and come back at 15:15. Is it convenient?
It's
to do so?
convenient, JP.
Yes.
It's convenient.
Let us adjourn and then come back at 11:15. Thank you. Mr. Skakani.
Thank you, Chair. JP, we were on page 1208.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members of the panel. SC, yes, we're at page 1208 at 2231, against the background that I have been complimented as handsome twice within a short space of time, and I had shared a video of a couple that's ostensibly cuddling or caressing. As far as I see it, they are wearing clothes in any event. But then, all of a sudden, at page 1206, ndisemondi kungangcono sijongane. Then it is against that background at 1208 that a question is posed. You reckon kungancazelwana this week? And then there's an emoji.
And
Kuncazelwana
the time there, JP.
is 2231.
Thank you.
Ukuncazelana is sharing something. Ukuncazelana, I want to defer to superior wisdom. You reckon kungancazelwana na this week. In other words, you reckon that we can be intimate with one another this week within the context of ukuncazelana, which figuratively means, well, sorry, literally it means sharing, but figuratively it goes beyond that. I defer to superior wisdom in terms of how I've interpreted it.
I do believe, Chair, with your permission, previously, the interpretation or slash translation of it was indeed on the intimate word. Do you reckon we could be intimate this weekend?
Well, during this week, which is during that particular week when she was in East London.
Sorry,
So
not weekend.
then at 2231, a meme is sent. I can't remember what it was about. And then at 2232, I also exchange a meme within the context of being playful. And then at 2232, I ask Sendibuza nje, I'm just asking whether we can be intimate. So the question is contextually whether when she has proposed on her own, out of the blue, after she had complimented me, this invitation, let's meet face to face. Then I say, Sendibuza nje, I'm just asking. Then at 2233, the response is in Indumiso 1 verse 1, just the first word, Xhosa Bible ibeka kakuhle. She says, if you were to read Psalm 1 verse 1, just the first word, it puts it clearly.
Can I interpret some? Thank you.
The direct translation of the word on Psalm 1 verse 1 is a Xhosa version. Hayi means no. That is the direct translation.
Yes.
So the question is posed. Now that you are saying you'll be in East London, could we then be intimate with one another? Pertinent question. I'm referred to Psalm 1 verse 1. Then I say, please remind me. Then that is at 22. So I'm at page 1209. At 2233, then at that time I also says, Itini, please remind me. And then
Sorry.
The word itini, what does it say?
thank you. And then at 2234, kanti bendifuna uyiguglishe, uyityhile. I would have loved you to Google it or peruse the Bible itself.
I would have liked you to peruse or page it in the Bible itself.
So my response to ascertain the room, I say, as far as I can remember, in spite of the fact that she has referred to the Xhosa Bible, I then say, but as far as I can remember, this verse in and by itself is something like this: blessed are those who do not associate themselves with evildoers. So that's why at 2234 I say, not associating one evildoers with evildoers. Then
JP, I think we must pause there. I think it was a point during testimony what the meaning of this text, biblical text, is, and some emphasis was given to the fact that in the Xhosa version, the I is one of those no's, famous no's.
yes,
Could you please
I've
just
got
take the
three
tribunal?
things to say in relation to Hayi, and more in particular because at page 1210, at 2236, HAYI, she says Hayi. In other words, you reckon we can be intimate this week? Then the answer is no.
What did you understand by that no? Because now we know you say it's a no.
Within the context of what was happening, I understood it plainly to mean that no, let us not be intimate on this occasion. Let's just meet face to face.
What do you say to the interpretation that this is one of those highs, those no's that mean stop it?
Out of context.
Explain a
I mean,
bit.
the question is quite pertinent. You reckon we can be intimate this week because you are here in East London? She has introduced herself as being in East London. You reckon we can be intimate? Remember, we have been this flirtatious about sensual things previously from either party.
Thank you, JP.
And this is contextual. Aye. And this is my understanding that she was saying, let us not be intimate this week. Let's just meet face to face.
Thank you. You may proceed, JP.
So at 2235, there is Aibo. That Aibo is in response to, as far as I can remember this verse, it's about one not associating oneself with evildoers.
What time are you now?
2235 at 1209.
Thank you.
Then there's an ear, and then I say cacisa, explain, hayi. And then at 1210, I remind her at 2237 that she said, Disemundi kungangcono sijongane, it can be tomorrow or the other day. I'm asking Indumiso 1 verse 1, then I'm saying nditsho yona, I'm referring exactly to that verse. Then she explains what this Hayi is about.
Some of the translations are common cause, are things that we've traversed. So we're just doing them on issues that we think we're emphasizing, but I think they have been interpreted during the evidence in chief. So sometimes we will leave them because they are uncontroversial and they're not open to further questions or misinterpretations.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
So, Counsel, my direct answer is this Hayi, about which some people tend to dance and scatter around, is very, very contextual and it's pertinent. I am saying, let's not be intimate. Let's just meet face to face during the course of this week. But then I say so because at 2238, she explains herself by saying, Sijongane, not Ncazelana. No, I would like us to meet face to face and not be intimate. Come 2238, what if we melt, which is not impossible? The answer is at page 1211. It's a meme. I can't remember now what it was all about, but it evoked laughter from my side, LOL. And then I said, it's not impossible. You are saying let's meet face to face, but within the context of that invitation for us to meet, then I say, what if we melt? And I say, it's not impossible. And then there's that man fending himself at 2241. She responds, and these messages seem to cross one another within seconds. It is impossible. The it is impossible is at 1212. And then something is deleted at 2241. But most importantly, at 2241 at page 1212, she poses a question. So bila kwangoku kuse-early.
What does that mean? Let's hear, and we'll get to what did you understand by it.
The direct translation of that, are you already sweating so early? It's a question.
What did you understand by that, JP?
The starting point is my response at 2242. Uyabilisa, question mark. Then I'm going to answer the question pertinently.
Would you cause one to sweat? Thank you, JP. You can answer my question.
Then that is the context. So the context is from the complainant, in an instance where there's this invite for us to meet face to face, which made me ask a pertinent question, which was responded to pertinently. So when we get there, she's the one at 2241 who says, "Zobila kwangoku kuse-early." Remember, I had said, what if we melt? And I said, it's not impossible. If we meet face to face, that is what can ensue. Then
Is
uyabilisa.
this sweating we're talking about, JP, in the context of what you call to the tribunal sensual
Indeed,
talk?
that is so sensual talk.
Thank you.
Hence, I'm asking, uyabilisa. Umenza umntu abile. Do you cause somebody to sweat? Then the answer is of significance. 2242, principle, ungandibuzi ithini. Don't ask me. There's a principle in this. Then, in response to that, at 1213,
Sorry, interpreter, you want to say that? Are we still fine, consistent?
We're still fine, very much
Thank
consistent.
you. All right.
principle ungandibuzi, ungandibuzi ithini. Then at 2242, at page 1213, I say, ha, we both know everything. Now, in the context of this flirtatious talk, it is more about, well, we know that if we meet, we might melt, and one thing could then lead to the other. In the context of the invitation for us to meet face to face or meet physically. So then I then say at 2242, well, I'll be amenable. Then the response is laughter from her side, 2244. Then I say to her,
JP, when you say you would be amenable to,
ungandibuzi ithini, in other words, uyabilisa, which is what I had asked at 2242, as a sequel to her statement, so bila kwangoku kuse-early. I was simply saying, I will be flexible, I will do whatever. If we've got to, in spite of what had been said, I'll be flexible, I'll be amenable. And then she laughs at that. And then it is in that context that I say, bendiza kupha le, I was going to give you this. And then she says, I must rephrase that, obviously, because there's a misspelling there
can
of
you
P.
read that? Yeah. Can you?
Bendiza ku Hale. Bendiza kupha le, which I was trying to say. When she says, please rephrase.
Can I get to the interpreter when you say benzagupale? Interpreter. Hello.
I'm saying the spelling itself is incorrect. Bendiza ku Hoha le.
As it stands now with that spelling mistake, it means what? Nothing.
Nothing.
Thank you.
We've got to give it some meaning. And I'm saying bendiza kupha le.
Okay.
She says,
let's hear the interpreter, JP.
Oh,
just
Bendiza Kupale, the director of that translation would be, I was going to give you this.
Thank you, JP. You may proceed.
She then at 22:45 says, rephrase. And then 22:45, I think the messages may have crossed one another, but what is important is there's a peeled banana there, to which she laughs, and I ask, wena ubuza undiphandoni? In other words, I'm saying, I was going to give you something nice. I could have sent a chocolate. I could have sent anything that people, when they meet, would love to share.
Let's hold there, JP. Let's hold there, because there may be people who think that banana means something else. And what do you say to someone who says this banana means?
They know more than I do.
Just hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. That it means more than you are saying. What did you actually mean?
Let me repeat myself, counsel. It was, I could have sent a chocolate that whose cover has been taken off. I could have shown her an apple, but what I meant was simply that bendiza kupha le, I was going to share something nice with you.
So if a suggestion is made that means sex, what would you say?
That's not what I was conveying.
What if someone said you were showing the peeled banana refers to a circumcised male private part? What
Oh.
would you say?
I would have had to study a degree in these things to understand that.
Okay.
I heard that for the first time when Dr. Docrat was testifying, I think. Peeled banana means circumcised penis or this and that.
Yes.
I don't know those things.
Okay.
But as I say, I was simply saying, when we meet, I was just going to share something nice with you. I mean, in the context of two people eating from the same plate, as a matter of example, I could have sent a chocolate to say, I was going to give you this. I could have shown her anything that is nice or enjoyable. But clearly, it has got nothing to do with any penis, at least from my side. She laughs at that at 22:45. Then I ask her, wena ubuza ndiphandoni, what were you going to give to me?
What page are we now? JP 1214.
We are still at 1213.
1213 at the bottom.
22:45. Ubuza ndiphandoni, wena, what were you going to give to me in return? Then she says, honorable member, don't do that. Honorable member, don't do that. This is a meme. And then I also respond 22:46. I say, ew. In this context, the parties were being playful with one another or towards one another.
Explain that, JP.
Come again?
Explain that being
I
playful
say so
about
because
what?
if I say to somebody, I was going to share a banana with you, what were you going to give to me? After she laughs, then she says, honorable member, don't do that. That's playful talk for me. In other words, don't ask me that. Don't ask me what I was going to share in return. That was my understanding.
Okay, JP.
Then I'm also saying, in the context of this meme, this is a meme. This is what it is. And I respond by way of a meme. And then at 22:47, I then say something like, I don't understand now what is happening. Where I say 22:47, I'm not quite clear. And then at 22:48,
Sorry, JP, what do you mean?
what I couldn't understand is when I say, when we talk about meeting physically, face to face, being suggested by her and not being intimate. And then me saying, look, I was going to share something nice. And then I ask her, where now, what would you then give me in turn? I understood it as being playful because at 22:47, I then have this emoji where I try to say, hey, I don't understand now what it is. But what is important is at 22:48. Ufuna nje ubuhlobo. This is a pertinent question.
Can I stop you right there, JP? Let's not gloss over this. Let me ask you a difficult question because you will be asked it. What do you say to members of the tribunal or somebody who's going to ask you this. Why is this discussion, why is it excised from the context of talking about being intimate? Why does it suddenly become about a fruit? Why does it become innocent? That question is a question I would like you to address.
Yes. I
Proceed
am
with
saying,
advice.
this is at page 1213, honorable panel members. Bendiza kupha le, I was going to share something nice with you in the context of what we were talking about. She laughs at that, and then I ask, you in turn, what would you then give me if we were to meet? Remember, I said I could have shown a chocolate, I could have shown anything nice that one can share when they meet with somebody that they are fancying or mutually being flirtatious with one another. So she
So
laughs at that.
can I ask you, were you talking about nice in the context of intimacy or flirting?
Nice in the context of flirtation,
Thank you.
simple flirtation. If you have seen a couple sharing a banana, the one is holding it, the one bites, he or she passes on this same object or this fruit to the other one. They too bite. That is flirtatious, I do concede.
Thank you.
Then I ask, well, now and then, honorable member, don't do that. And then you, but then still I say,
What did you understand by honorable member, don't do that? What did you understand that to mean?
this is a joke that is traversing the whole of the country based on what happens in parliament from time to time. And in jocular fashion, you will hear people say this, honorable member, in the context of parliament. We know we're not members of parliament. At this point in time, I'm not an honorable member as being a member of parliament. And therefore, this is not literal, it's figurative, the way I see it.
Thank you, JP. You may proceed.
So in any event, I simply say, please tell me now, ufuna nje ubuhlobo? Do you want us to be mere friends?
The direct translation of that line, ufuna nje ubuhlobo, do you just want friendship?
We rush to page 1215. I insist on an answer, and she says, azikho impendulo. I don't have an answer. When I say, oh, do you just want mere friendship? The answer at page 1215, at 2251, azikho impendulo. I don't have answers.
I don't have answers, or there are no answers.
So I don't think the mic is picking you up.
It's at this point that it also is said you were being rebuffed.
When somebody says, I don't have an answer to that pertinent question,
Yeah, the expert even said, how many times must a person try to avoid? And you keep persisting.
we must remember that the question I was posing is quite important. So we have reached this point, we've spoken about sensual things, positions when we sleep and all that. And I get to this point where I seek verification. I may be wrong, I just want to establish, is this flirtatious relationship to be mere friendship? In other words, I'm testing the room now. So,
Thank you, JP.
so the answer is azikho impendulo. I don't have an answer to that. It's not a rebuff. That is the first thing. The second thing that I wish to comment on is that when somebody says, in my view, andinampendulo, I was being led on, because subsequent to that at 2252, she says, I am a person of action, not words. Ndinezenzo kuphela.
Direct translation of ndinezenzo kuphela, I only have actions.
JP, can I take you back a bit so that you're not accused of glossing over certain things?
Thank you.
Can we go back to 12? We are at 1215.
Yes,
Right at the top, at the message of 2248.
yes.
Could you please deal with that so that
Thank you.
12.
1215?
1215.
It's the very first message. I'm just trying to make sure that you're not accused of glossing over things.
121. Okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. It is me. It is me. This is my message to her, which I would have sent around 2248.
And
But
can I ask you? It does have some fruits. And do you?
I don't
What
join
is the
issue. I don't
significance?
join issue with
Okay.
that. Let me explain myself.
Yes.
At 1214, ufuna nje ubuhlobo.
Yes.
This is me asking. Now that, okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. Indeed, those emojis are sensual from my perspective.
Okay. That's how you interpret them.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
JP. You may go back.
I have got, I don't run away from
You
that.
can move forward to
And
where you were.
that is what I would have
Just a
said.
minute, just a minute, JP. I'm not sure what comments. I'm not sure what comment you have about this.
Chairperson,
I'm not sure I follow what your comment is about this picture.
which one?
Top of 1215 or bottom of 1214, if it is the same thing.
It is the same thing indeed, Chairperson.
Yes.
All right. So this is the complainant at the bottom sending a meme. We now don't know what the meme was about. It may have been somebody drinking water or whatever else. But clearly, there, she has repeated what I had said. It was me who had said, okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. So she is actually repeating what I had initially said, where I then say, well, we can meet and converse without necessarily going the intimate route. This is me talking. Now, if you see the two ticks at 2248, that is from the complainant. But she is actually, she has pasted what I had said. So my comment is very clear. Okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. That's me who was saying that. And then as a follow-up to that,
Can you just wait? I think the chairperson
Yeah.
is still waiting.
Yes, but I see, is this two pictures? Is it two fruits?
yes, signifying sensual intimacy.
These two fruits.
Yes. Those two fruits. Now, what I can testify to is when that, okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. I'm not sure where it is in relation to the conversations. It's probably the one at 2248.
JP, is there a particular reason why your banana is not put there? I'm saying, is there a
Because
particular
I
reason?
understood banana to mean banana in the
Okay.
literal sense.
Thank you.
And counsel, when it comes to those two fruits,
Yes.
they signify being sensual, intimately deep, sexual intercourse. I've
Thank
got
you.
no misunderstanding about that. I don't
Thank
beat
you.
about the bush. And it is in the context of a question. I'm saying, okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route.
Thank you. Thank you,
That's
JP.
what I had said earlier on. And then as a follow-up to that,
Just a minute. So it is not an invitation.
come again?
It is not an invitation, or is it an invitation?
No, it's not an invitation. Actually, if I may contextualize it, she's the one who came up with this invitation for us to meet within the context of us having been flirting. And then I then say, can we then, sorry, let me go to it rather. Let me go to it. At 1208, I say when she talks about being in East London, after I've been complimented twice as being handsome, after she had said I make her shy, I'm asking, you reckon we can meet and be intimate at 1208? So she then says, no, let us not be intimate. Let's not meet and be intimate. Let's just meet face to face. I then say, well, what if we melt? I've already addressed the tribunal in relation to what if we melt. And then I've already addressed the tribunal in relation to what I understood high to mean. And I've decided not to be technical about it and say, for instance, in the vernacular language, when somebody says, when you ask them, "Uphilile na? Are you well?" Hayi siphilile. I don't want to be playing tricks when it comes to that. I'm not here to do that in any event. But what I know is when somebody says hayi, it does not necessarily mean hayi at, at all instances. But in this context, it was quite pertinent. Do we meet and have and become intimate with one another? The answer is no. Masijongane. There it is at 2238 at page 1210. Sijongane, not ngazelana. Let's meet and just be physical with one another. It is in that context, what if we melt and so on and so forth, which I've already stated. Then this thing about sobila kwangoku.
Can you just do it slowly, JP,
All
again?
right.
That explanation?
All right. Let me go back, Chairperson.
No, don't come back, please.
Yeah. Or
Just pick
saying
it
as
up
you-
from where you are.
Yeah.
Where
JP,
I
all
was.
I'm saying as you proceed, I'm not saying go back. I'm just saying as you proceed, just take us times and where you are. Yeah.
All right.
May I just intervene here? I think you just said that may we meet and be physical with one another. I don't think that's what you mean.
Come again.
You just said we will meet and be physical with one another. I think that's not what you meant. Is that correct?
No. Let me repeat myself. So I have said, you reckon kungancazelwana this week, you reckon we can be intimate this week. The pertinent answer to that is encapsulated at page 1210, 2238. Sijongane, not ngazelana. Let's not be intimate. Let's simply meet physically and let's meet face to face. As a sequel to that, I then say, what if we melt, which is not impossible? We know that that led to something else, where when I found myself, she says, so bila kwangoku kuse eli, within the context of one melting or not melting. But what is important now is where we are and where I was asked. Where I was asked 1215. Okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. This is me talking, Chairperson. We may meet and not converse. So we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. I own that. That is what I said. And when I look at it, it must have been deleted somewhere, but I suspect it may have been sent around 2248 at page 1214. Hence, I asked, ufuna nje ubuhlobo? Do you want just or mere friendship? The answer thereto is at page 1215, azikho impendulo. I don't have an answer. I am saying that is not a rebuff. It's actually a pertinent answer. Followed up by 2252, ndinezenzo kuphela. I do actions only. I don't talk about these things. Uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko. Do you merely do living things to shape themselves? Uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko.
Are we still good?
Uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko. Do you just do, then we see later?
Thank you.
That is a sequel to 2252 when she says ndinezenzo kuphela.
What did you understand that to mean?
I understood that to mean better act than talk. I choose to talk than act. I'm a man of action, or I'm a person of action than just talking.
Thank you.
Within the context, of course, of what we're talking about. Azikho impendulo, ndinezenzo nje kuphela. Then, uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko. This is me asking her at 2252. In no time thereafter, she says, finish, which means, indeed, ndiyenza qha kubonwe ngoko.
We're now page 1216.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
So there's a pertinent answer from her. When I ask, uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko, against the background that I've asked, oh man, then can we just be mere friends then, lest I misunderstood this whole flirtation? Then it goes back to uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko, and then her response is finish. Then I say at 2252, hey, that's risky. It's risky. We can't just meet physically in circumstances where you say sawubona ngoko. Interpreter.
Sawubona ngoko, we will see then or later.
I am then saying at 2252 at 1216, that is risky. And then I follow that up by saying, but if ucho masibone ngoko, but if you say, we will see then when we meet. In circumstances where I have previously said, well then, we can meet and not be intimate.
Thank you, JP.
So at 2253, ufike laphi? 2254, any privacy?
Meaning?
Ufike laphi, where would you be when you arrive?
Any privacy? 2254, 2254, or sawuncokolele ofisini? I don't know. Please let me know.
Can we?
Or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, will we then converse in an office or have our conversation in an office?
Thank you.
Then the response at 2254 from her, fike laphi, where will we meet? My house. What appears at 1217 is a repetition of what we have already dealt with. Never this, ndinezenzo kuphela, I'm a person of action, uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko, finish, risky, and so on and so forth. Up to my house, 2254, and then over at 1218, any privacy? No. Then answer to my question, or sawuncokolele ofisini, it would be better if we meet in the office at some point. Then my house, P, where is your house? The answer at 2255 is
Okay.
Cambridge.
It's uncontroversial.
My house, the question followed P, which stands for where.
Cambridge, closer to Vincent, where the offices are. 2255. Then something is deleted. What if we are Nyebilikwa? I'm still asking this question. Hey, if we meet and you have said to me, we can meet face to face, whether we melt or not, we will see when we meet. I've already said it is risky if we do that. Then the response at 2255, hayi uzawuzibamba.
Okay, could we get an interpreter for those
What
two?
if kuyanyibilikwa? What if we melt? That's the direct translation.
Yes.
And then later on, after the paragraph JP shared, I uzakuzibamba. No, you will hold yourself or you will contain yourself. That's the direct translation.
Yes, I think we had dealt with what melting means in this
Yes.
essential talk. Yes, thank you.
Thank
may
you.
proceed.
Your previous interpretation was no, you will control yourself.
That is correct, Chair. Hence, I used both now,
Yeah.
control or hold yourself or contain. It's synonyms.
Chair, if I can just come in here, there was a lot of fast testimony here. There was a translation made that the question was Fikila Fi, I don't know how to pronounce
Fikela
it.
P.
Upon your arrival, where will you be? And when the JP now referred to the reply of the complainant, he translated it to say, where will we meet? That's not correct. Where will we be? And she said, my house. So there's a difference in where will you be and where will we meet.
1217, Chairperson. 1217.
I'm on 1216,
Maybe
Chair.
we can start at 1216. 1216, uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko. Do you just do and see things when they shape themselves? Finish. Then I say at 2252, that is risky. But if ucho masibone ngoko, so if you say so, then we will see when we meet. Then I ask, ufike laphi? Where is your point of arrival? That is the literal meaning of fike laphi. Where is your point of arrival? Then I say any privacy or sawuncokolele ofisini. All that happens within seconds. It is repeated at 1217.
Chair, may I check if my learned friend is satisfied now? Thank you. You may proceed, JP.
So, Fikelapi, is there any privacy or will we just converse in the office? Then the response to Fikelapi is at 2254, my house. Ufikelapi, where is your point of arrival? My house. That's what she says. And then below that, I had asked any privacy. I had asked that at 2254. She says, no, there's no privacy.
JP, can I direct you? I think she's understood you. Now you can go back. You can go to 1218,
Thank
where
you.
you were already at
So-
time 2255, I think.
Thank you. 2254, sawuncokolele office. We will converse in the office. Then her answer is, it's better that way. And then there's Cambridge, closer to Vincent and so on. Some of these conversations simply cross one another. Some appear at a time when they've already been overtaken by some answers.
Yes, JP.
That's all I wanted to explain. But we were at 2255. Hayi uzawuzibamba, you'll restrain yourself, or you what did you say, Miss Interpreter?
You will control yourself. And I used a couple of other more synonyms that means exactly the same. You'll control yourself. You will hold yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. Then I asked Wena, she says, ndiyakwazi. I am capable of restraining myself or holding myself. Then I had said, which I deleted probably at 2256, I am attached is a move and move is a bullet. When she then, there's a meme there of somebody peeping. Then at 22:57, that is the conclusion of the matter. Of a matter is better than the beginning thereof. This is the conclusion of the matter. Ndiyakwazi, in other words, she says, I can restrain myself. At 22:57, I then say, okay, ke. And then I say at 22:57, let me oblige. So there's been a discussion. I'm in East London. It's an invitation for us to meet. I say, can we be intimate? The answer is no. I ask, do you want mere friendship? And Kwazi, and this I'm not going to repeat what has happened, Chairperson. It may sound like a broken LP. But the conclusion of the matter is, let me oblige. This is me talking, 22:57. This concludes the East London invite from the complainant. There's no persistence beyond this point about East London. SC, if we're talking about persistence, a notion that you referred to, the context here is simply, we meet, do we go the intimate route? No, we don't go the intimate route. Hey, let's be careful if we do meet, and because physically we may lose control over that, I will restrain myself, let me oblige. That's the conclusion of the matter. So we are at page 1219. Then she says, let me iron my uniform at 22:57. That having been said, Chairperson, if we go to page 18 of the complaint, where she says he sent me a video of a man and a woman lying on her back with a man on top. That's paragraph 15. The point I wanted to highlight actually is page 18, paragraph 15, is the fact that she says, if we read at paragraph 15, you will see that what is stated at paragraph 15 loses the context of what we were doing, this exercise that we were going through. If I were to read here, I will find that they are mutually almost destructive in the sense that, let me read. She says, the second paragraph of 15, honorable members, page 18, paragraph 15 has got more than 2 paragraphs. She says, on the same day, I sent a text that I'm around East London, if we can meet and talk. He asked me if it would be impossible for us to get intimate. I responded by referring to him to a Bible verse. At this stage, I thought I was brave enough to tell him exactly how I feel about this inappropriate text. We continued talking. What if we melt? I responded by saying it is impossible. He sent me an emoji of a half-peeled banana. In reply, I then sent an image with words, honorable member, don't do that. Then, okay, we may meet and just converse without going to the intimate route, to which he deleted K3. He asked me if I only wanted to be friends with him. I did not respond. I'm saying she did respond. So the second last paragraph at page 18, where she says, when she is creating this complaint, when she is formulating rather the complaint, she keeps on saying, she said this, he said this, I did not respond. He said this, I did not respond. But when we read from volume 3, we see that there were responses. Let's test this one. What if we become friends? She says, I did not respond. And I'm saying, she said, Aziko, Let me go back a bit. Azikho impendulo, laughing. It's not a question of her not having responded. She did respond by saying, I don't have an answer to that. And then followed up by, ndinezenzo kuphela. I'm a lady of action. So this thing about her saying I did not respond is not correct. That's the point I'm making, Chairperson. Sorry to belabor the point, SC. So we were at 1219. Let me oblige, let me iron my uniform. And then 1220. 1220.
Just a minute. Page.
Page 1220 of volume 3, Chairperson. Page 1220, 1220 of volume 3. Thank you. So page 1220 up to 1221 and probably until 1222 ends with at 2315 ulale kamnandi uphuphe from the complainant, and then there's please reciprocate and so on and so forth. This is yet another important part of this interaction. So the starting point then is 20 June. Let me iron my uniform. And then she says goodbye at 22:58. At 22:58, she says goodbye. Then 22:59, something is deleted from my side. Her response is Jesu. And then at 23 hours, I guess one and the same thing was deleted. And then yours, please. And then when she said to her comment, Jesu, why put it this way? It looks delicious. Why do you say Jesu? And then there's okeke uzazibamba in relation to what was being discussed previously. If it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige. So what is being resuscitated by her here, the way I see it, at 23:05, if I see things properly, she is still resuscitating what was discussed, or sawuncokolele officing. Then she says, if it must be a friendly chat, I'll oblige. Then there's ironing at 23:05. Then you said so. Let me see, please, and so on and so forth. Let me now turn to deal with this. Naturally, we've got to start off by reading the
Chair.
complaint itself.
Chairperson,
Yes.
or JP, can I ask for a comfort break and see whether we can curtail? I want to go to those things that probably are not are controversial and disputed rather than page by page. Can I get a 10-minute comfort break so that I try and find a way of curtailing what's common cause?
Yeah, let me just.
But with
Yeah,
your leave,
something-
of course. I mean,
something
I may think
minor.
things are.
So we're stopping at
We're at 122.
1220.
1220.
something that is, in my view, controversial in the sense that something is said
We
about
will
me.
get there, we'll get there,
Yes.
JP, we'll get there. I
So
just want us to.
you want us to come back what time?
20 past, 25 past, yes.
Can I just find out something? If you stop now, would lunch be ready? She's not here. All right. Anyway, you say until 20 past. 25.
Yes.
We adjourn, come back 25 past 12.
Niye endlini
Mr. Sikakani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the indulgence. We may proceed. We've identified issues. The witness will proceed with the testimony.
Honorable
Yes.
panel members, paragraph, or well, let me say page 19 of the complaint. Page 19 of the complaint. At the top of page 19 of the complaint, that is the consolidated bundle. What if we melt? I replied, you will hold yourself. Then he asked, what about you? All the time he says something, he wanted me to reciprocate, which I found as being clingy and turn off for me. That is what she says. Then she refers to annexures K6, K7, and K10, which I found as being clingy and a turn off for me. But let me proceed. He said, let me oblige, and he could see I was not playing along. Then, 20 June 2021, that is still 20 June 2021. JP sent me an image of private parts and asked me, yours please, and I replied with gesso. He said, why? Does it look delicious? I did not respond. See annexure K8. Now K8 is here once again rearing its head. So we now know that it was during the night. And if we go to 1220, we see that the conversation is at 22:58, deletion times 2 at 22:59 and gesso, and then immediately thereafter 23, one and the same thing, and then 23:02, yours please. That's where we are now. So I am saying I am said to have sent K8. K8 is that annexure I've already pointed out. It's got 0902. It doesn't have anything like its origin against the background, as I mentioned earlier on, that at the outset, the complainant in her affidavit had said, on the WhatsApp screenshots, you will see the profile picture of the JP that he had then. When a text has blue ticks, it means that it is from me. So if we go to K8, and I think it will be to unnecessarily hamstring these proceedings. If I were to say, let's go to K8, we know there's that picture which is K8. We know that it doesn't show where the origin is. It doesn't show any profile picture of anyone. It's got 0905 at the bottom, which is a far cry from 2258, the time that is appearing ostensibly or evidently at page 1220. So it can't be true that I sent at 2258 K8. I did not send K8. That has been my stance. It still is. It will forever be. I never sent K8. So I'm simply saying, as had happened previously, it could have been a picture of a couple cuddling, as I had previously sent. When I say it could, it's because of the passage of time, to which she said gesso. When I say yours, please do reciprocate by sending me a picture from her side. Then what is at 1221 does not seem to be of relevance, because some of those things are repetitions. Why put it this way? It looks delicious. Okay, ke uzawuzibamba sawuncokola ofisini. If it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige. 2305, am ironing, we've seen those before. You said, let me see, please. Gesso, I'll wait. Please reciprocate. Those things are a repetition. They're even repeated at 1222. At 23:15, she says, Ndilibele ukuphuma ku WhatsApp, which means as we were conversing, she forgot to exit. She says that at 23:15. Then my question is, meaning what? Andiva. All she said at 23.
Interpreter, so just slow down, JP. Interpreter, yes.
Ndilibele ukuphuma kuWhatsApp. I forgot to log off the WhatsApp. That's the direct translation.
And the second one, Andiva, and the other one, yeah.
Meaning,
If the JP can just repeat for me
meaning
that postal
Andiva,
line.
I don't understand. I don't understand when you say ulibele ukupuma ku WhatsApp.
Okay, after saying I forgot to log off, then the follow-up statement was Andiva, which is I don't understand.
Then the answer is ulale kamnandi uphuphe from the complainant at 23:15.
Then the response is sleep well and dream.
That was her last message on that night. Followed by please reciprocate and don't be tricky. That was 23:17. So we are now on 21 June. 21 June starts at 12:23. Page 1223. Let me prefix what I'm going to say by referring to what the understanding was about the meeting in East London. Let me oblige, let's meet and just talk. So, 21 June 2021.
Before you go there, on page, this message is on page, this message is on page 1222.
Yes.
You referred to them, sleep well and have a dream, and so forth and so on. She was asked, how did these messages make you feel? And she said, they were annoying. They made me feel, they made me see myself as a dirty person.
Yes, I do have recollection of that.
Yeah.
It is within the context that I sent K8, which I did not.
All right.
It is within that context.
Yeah.
Yes, I did not send K8. And what is interesting about K8, it keeps rearing its head from time to time. There is an endeavor to slot it somewhere. But thus far, that endeavor, in my view, has not been successful. I would understand, Chairperson, if I had sent K8 for her to address herself the way she did, which you recorded. So we are now on 21 June. We had parted about this meeting that, well, we will meet and converse. At 17:52, I say, where are you? In other words, when I say location, 17:52, she says, Bishop. Oh, you are not in East London. I'll drive up now. What about the meeting, 1802? Court, 1802. Ngomso or tonight? We are talking about a meeting with you, 1802. I'll be in touch once I get there. Lol, if convenient. In other words, when you get here, we may meet if it is convenient. And then page 1224, you were much younger. Haibo ngoku ndimdala. This is my comment to her status picture. Haibo ngoku ndimdala. Come on, are you now saying I'm old with those emojis? Haibo
Ngomso,
ngoku ndimdala.
the sorry, the haibo once more is an exclamation after receiving a particular statement. Ngoku ndimdala, I am now older. That's the direct translation.
And then I see, okay, I'll be in touch once I get there. Then I say, okay, And then me commenting to I'll be in touch once I get there at 21:04. It's in emoji of a person who is thoughtful or thinking. And then there's a there's a video that I sent. There's nothing controversial about it because nothing was said about it necessarily. I also don't remember what it was about. Now, I am saying this is how the East London invite aborted. That is how it simply disappeared. So the understanding was we could meet and not be intimate. I'm a man of action. I'm a person of action. We will restrain ourselves. Fine, I will oblige. Let's do meet. So that's a follow-up. And then I'll be in touch once I get there, 21:04. Nothing eventuates. 21:38 is the last point in time. That is how the East London story ends.
JP, we know that at this point the evidence was that she had amassed the strength to tell you to stop. Did she?
She did not.
All right, you may proceed.
And from the context and everything we have read here, once again, there is no high, pertinent high in this instance. I'm sick and tired of this interaction between the two of us. You are flirtatious, I'm not flirtatious. And I want to tell you, ndifuna ukuxelela iindaba zakho. Which means
Ndifuna ukukuxelela indaba zakho. The direct translation is, I want to tell you your news. The interpretation of that is more in the line of, I want to tell you where to get off.
And my question is, were you told to get off anywhere after this point?
not at all.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Not at this point, not even before this point. Thank you, Council. Then we've got 22 June. There's nothing of significance. 22 June is at 1226, Chairperson. I was saying, you've become quiet at 1757. She responds at 2035, 1226. I'm working on an assignment which I'm submitting tomorrow. I'm sorry. Then I asked, are you studying law? The answer is yes. And then I said, hey, that's good, by showing those emojis at 2037. Then at 23 June, I'm still chairperson at 1226, which goes over to 1227. I ask, kuyafundeka? Are you managing? Kuyafundeka?
Kuyafundeka. Are you managing? Are you coping?
And the answer is at 1917, zama zama noko ndidiniwe kelondo today. I am trying my best, but I'm tired today.
I am trying my best. However, I'm tired today.
So I send a picture of somebody being injected. This was during COVID time. There were those people who did not want the injection and so on, or the vaccination rather. Then she responds, Kanti unjani, how are you? And then I say, no, vaccine, I'm retaliating. Then she says, Chu uyakwazi. Yes, you have effectively retaliated. In other words, that's what she says.
Kanti unjani? Actually, how are you?
And JP, what did you want to convey with that picture?
This picture about somebody being vaccinated, it was more when she says ndidiniwe kelondo today, I was just throwing something. There's nothing of significance about it. I was just throwing a picture about people, and there were a lot of those pictures and videos during the relevant time when people did not want to be vaccinated. So it was more in jest. There's nothing of significance about it.
Thank you.
But then she says, yo uyakwazi, Chu uyakwazi ukuretaliate.
Is it yo?
Chu, TJUUU.
Okay. Chu in this instance, Chair, does not necessarily have a meaning because there's no particular language that would use that in our African languages. Then the following word is uyakwazi, meaning you can. Uyakwazi, UYAKWAZI, spelling.
Thank you.
Then I say if you want to overtake,
Just hold on, JP. I think Judge Peteras
oh,
wanted to
sorry.
confirm something.
But isn't there another word before uyakwazi that it says hay? Hay.
Unfortunately, Judge, I don't have the file in front of me, so. Okay, so there's a hay. Is it HAY?
Yes.
Once again, it seems like an abbreviation. It's not a full one. So I would also categorize it under an exclamation, hi.
Thank you.
It's an exclamation.
So what the honorable member has done is to refer the interpreter to what appears at 1228. Chu, uyakwazi. I'm saying I'm retaliating. In other words, I had sent this picture of people who did not want to be vaccinated. And then she says, Chu, uyakwazi. In other words, Chu, hi, uyakwazi. An exclamation, hi, uyakwazi. Yes, I grant you, you have actually retaliated.
Jay, but the previous translation that I wrote down was no, you can. That was the previous translation that we had.
Exactly where are we?
At 1227, at 1935, it's almost at the bottom of the page.
Oh, I see. The note I had was no, you can.
You can, yes.
Chairperson, so we are at 1228. At the top,
Yeah.
I am saying there, after sending that picture, Kanti unjani? No, I'm sending you a picture depicting somebody who is being vaccinated. I'm just retaliating. Then she says at 1228, Chu, hayi uyakwazi. Responding to I am retaliating. This hayi is of no moment. It's insignificant. You see,
Sorry, Chair. And then we'll come to you, JP.
Can I please come in, Council?
Yes.
I was very specific when I asked my lady as to is the word spelt in full or it's HAY without the I. So my response in translating or interpreting that was based on that. So when I was told that there's no I after the Y, then it can't be no because it's not complete. It looks like an abbreviation. Unless initially when I interpreted it, taking it from the translated version, which I did not do the translations initially before the start of this matter, I could have went with that, or at that particular moment in that day, I decided to go with the no that is in the translated version. But at this point, because I'm given HAY, it's not complete to qualify for a full no.
could I pass on the relevant page to the interpreter because she doesn't have the relevant page.
Advocate Skip. Oh,
Thank you. Chair, can I just clarify, because I think it's important that we get the translations correct. So we haven't, for example, we've now heard that the translation of HAY is not necessarily no, but on page 1228, the translation for HAY was given to us previously as no. So I just want to make sure that, I think the translator's in a difficult position because she doesn't have the WhatsApps in front of her. Perhaps we could give her a file that might help. But we just need some consistency. So we've previously had on page 1228 HAY being translated as no, but we've just heard that HAY doesn't mean no. Can we have some clarity on that, please?
Chair, Mr. Madonsela is feeling generous and wanted to see if he can give the interpreter his copy, if it's appropriate. Thank you.
I'll ask the interpreter to ignore some of my comments in some of the notes.
Yeah,
Well, the secretariat might have a copy that doesn't mean Mr. Madonsela would have to give up his. Okay, I'm told that they're looking for one and they'll provide it as soon as they have it. But my question remains, how are we to record this? We've previously got an interpretation on page 1228 that HAY means no, but we've just heard that it doesn't mean no.
let her look at the context. Where is the paper to give her? Is there anything? Oh,
I think, Chairperson, it would be better to give her the full context and therefore a document, because this thing about hayi uyakwazi, as I said, is of no moment. It's not about a rebuff. It's about an exchange of messages.
yeah, you can hold it on. It's almost 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Chair. I think while there's.
Yeah, let's come back at 1:45.
Yes.
And then attend to that if you can.
So something was passed on to the. Oh, okay. So thank you, Chair. I think we'll come back to it.
Maybe the secretariat may help as well. I don't know. I think we should just stop. We adjourn here. We'll come back at 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
JP, you are still under oath.
Thank you for the reminder, Chairperson.
Mr. Kakan, are
JP,
we still around page 1228?
yes, you had
Yeah.
started with 23 June, but you had gone to page 1228. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before you proceed, JP, I think we'll sit today until the evidence in chief is finalized. If we have to sit until 6 o'clock, so be it.
Thank you, Chairperson.
JP.
Thank you.
So page 1228, the exclamation is true. Uyakwazi. There was still something to be unpacked that involves the interpreter. Maybe she's better placed now.
Thank you, Chair. In the bundle that I have, volume 3, page 1311, I'm looking at the translated version of Chu. Uyakwazi. The translation there says, wow, you can retaliate indeed.
Shall I proceed then to page 1228, bearing in mind that at the bottom, at 1946, the complainant then says, uyandiphazamisa and igazi lam liyatshisa, ngoku mandiqale ndigqibe le ndiyenzayo into, I suppose. I would rather have the interpreter state it.
The direct translation of that, Chair, at 1946, says, you are disturbing me, and now I am getting heated up, or rather say, because they left the word igazi, you are disturbing me, and now my blood is getting heated up. Let me finish this first.
And then at page 1229, before you focus on your studies, iti then the response is that hlala ubawa. I like it that way. Kwenzela ufike unomdla.
Shall we get translation and then I'll ask you?
All right, the translation for Hlala Ubawa here on page 1312, Chair, of the translated version. Unfortunately, I'm not in agreement with you. Always want to be intimate because it's not stated in the isiXhosa language. Hlala Ubawa, it's more on keep on drooling. I like that so that when you arrive, you will be interested or you will still be interested.
Now, JP, let me ask you this question so that we finalize this bit. How do you compare that with the testimony that just before that, when we're dealing with the conversations before that, the testimony was that she was upset with that conversation?
My testimony is that it is not compatible. In other words, not being happy with the conversation is not compatible with what is said here.
And what
is said here, in fact, is a positive statement emanating from the complainant, which is highly flirtatious, which simply says, remain drooling. This is how I like it, so that when you get here, you are very interested in me.
Thank you, JP. You may proceed.
Then that is 24 June 1230. There's nothing of significance in my view. And then on 26 June 2021,
You are at page 1231.
Yes, 1231. She must have sent something at 1924. I can't remember what it was. At 1924, she sent something and I can't remember what it was. And then my response was, akuxelwa le noko. Interpreter?
The direct translation of akuxelwa le noko. I am not referring to this, though.
Thank you.
And then at 1925, after that meme, she says, ndifuna yona. That is exactly what I want. I can't remember what it was, but all I can say is there's something that she had shared, and she says, that is exactly what I want.
Confirm.
Ndifuna yona interpretation, which is in line with what JP said, but rather we'll put it this way. It is that which I want.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I asked why, then she says, just for control. To control what? She says, umoya. Moya meaning?
Umoya in this instance will be the air or wind
Or spirit.
or spirit, yes.
Then I say, yo ngaze ngahleka. But most importantly, at 1928, for the third time now, I am told, umhle yazba, you are handsome. You know that?
I think that's
Umhle yazba, which is also another abbreviation. You are handsome, is because we can't say a man is beautiful. You know.
Then there's something that's deleted at 1928, 1929, 1931. I can't remember, but I simply say thanks to that.
Isn't it her that says thanks because it's on the right-hand side?
Honorable Member, I've not picked up the question. What is the question?
No, the question is not, I'm just saying, isn't it her that says thanks at 1931?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you very much. Umhle yazba, you are handsome, you know that. And then I sent something 1928, 1929, 1931, but the response is thanks from her side. Thank you, Honorable Member. Then when I say enye at 1932, it implies that something had been sent to me and I was simply saying, please send something more. But I can't remember what it was. Then she says, unjalo ke.
In this instance, JP, enye means another one. Oh, unjalo ke, meaning you are like that.
thank you.
And then the question at 1949, which is the last chat on that day, is no more. It's a question. So as I say, I believe I had been sent something. I was expressing gratitude for what had been sent. And then I said something more. And then my question is, oh, you've got no more, nothing more to send. That is how I look at it as I'm seated here now. Then 29 June, this is where I say your mood was so pensive.
And what is, sorry, JP, what is at 1930, 1930, could those be salacious chat or pictures? Do you know?
I don't want to lie. All I can say is it seems to me that she had shared some pictures.
Okay.
I don't want to pitch it higher than that. They were flirtatious in the context of what we were talking about.
Thank you, JP.
I don't want to pitch it higher than that.
It's fine. Thank you, JP.
Then 29 June 2021, I then say your mood was so pensive. Ndakoyika, please keep a song in your heart that you always bear. All this ends with her at 1642 at page 1234 saying, when I asked, Sorry, I asked at 1638 at 1234, and you disappeared in the thickness of East London. Then the question is, are you still on about that? I say, the meeting, I'd have loved the meeting. Then she says, I was busy. Then she says, ndakoyika ngalamini. Now,
Ndakoyika ngalamini, in the direct translation into English, I was scared of you that day.
yes. Now, there's an emoji there, which I've always maintained. It portrays an element of shyness. Be that as it may, the East London issue, I believe I have testified in relation there to counsel, and how it was rounded off. I was just saying, hey, you disappeared in the thickness of things. This is somebody on her version who wanted to confront me, and this is how then the whole thing eventuates. So I asked Wandoyika for the why, which is slang of some kind. Then she says, I won't say anything. Then I asked, Ndioyikeka, am I fearful? And then she says, yay, ewe. And then she laughs. And then that eventually eventuates at 1236 with me saying, I don't believe. And I'm sweet and human at a social level, but very serious about work. This is what I say at 1644 at page 1236. She then elects to remain silent. Then I ask, is it because you disbelieve? Then she shows that emoji. Then lukewarm. This is her answer. You are a lukewarm person. And then I say, not at all. When I say 2 at 1645, then she says, you know that. And then she says, I believe you. Then I say, I reach out. And then she ends up by saying, we'll notice from now on.
You are now on page 1237.
I'm now at page 1237. There's nothing of significance that I would like to highlight, counsel, unless you want me to there's a specific topic that you want me to address.
No, not on this.
The only one that I seek to address is at page 1239. After I had sent a picture of a lady holding a hoe, she then says to me, Inoba, your imagination takes you to the pitch of Mount Everest. Your imagination takes you to the pitch of Mount Everest. And then I laugh at that. Then I say, Yiti sibone. In other words, I say to her, demonstrate that pitch of Mount Everest. That is, then she says, high. That high is a no, but there's no rebuff about it. I submit, or this is my view, because I was saying, Yiti sibone, I am saying, you must demonstrate that you are pitch of Mount Everest. Show me that you are pitch of Mount Everest. Then she says, aye. Then I say, you have what it takes. And then there is something that I shared with her at 10:04. This appears at 1241. And then there's a laughing emoji from her, and nothing is of significance. Then I say to her on 7 July, please share helicopter something. Then she shares a video at which is 0:29 minutes, seconds long at 1846. And then she greets me evening, and then I say hello. And then she says, pleasure, Daddy, at 1851. And then it's me, then at 1851 at page
Had she
124.
called you daddy before?
This is the first time,
Okay.
yes. Then I say, undibiza kamnandi at 1851. Biza kamnandi.
Undibiza kamnandi or biza kamnandi, it's more one saying you pronounce me nicely
You address me
or you
nicely.
address me nicely.
And then she reciprocates by an emoji of a hug and somebody says, laughing. And then I send a heart, and then I say reciprocate. And then she says, you see, unjalo ke singavani nje yile. This is what I don't like about you, because I'm saying please reciprocate. Then at page 1244 at 1902, she says, ucimelani ndingekafundi. So it means it must have been a text that I had shared, which was deleted. But she says, why do you delete before I read? Sorry, before I read. Ndingekafundi. I hope I'm correct.
Why are you deleting text before I read them?
Thank you.
Can you just pause for a while? Thank you.
Shall I proceed there?
Yes.
Thank you. Cimelani ndingekafundi, why do you delete before I read? And then the things that are deleted. She says at 1904, I know that kills. I can't remember what she was talking about. Then I ask, what? Because even then I may not have understood. Then there is this particular video from me, from a distance and looking at it. It's got two people standing side by side, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. But it attracts a comment from her which says, "Ndinosizi lwakho," laughingly and with a flirtatious emoji, in my view. "Ndinosizi lwakho, I have pity for you."
I have pity for you. I feel sorry for you.
Then immediately thereafter at 1245, she says, "Ungandibuzi. Don't ask me why I say I have pity for you." Then I ask, "Are you a python?"
Well, let's pause there. Let's pause there because so many interpretations of that can be tossed around. What did you mean?
What did I mean by saying, "Are you a
Are you-
python?"
Yes.
I understood her to be actually pitying me because she knew herself to have more vitality. She knew herself to have more vitality. In other words, if I may put it in Xhosa, python yintlwathi, am I correct, ma'am? It's the type of snake that the python is the type of snake that
Let's just wait. The interpreter is a bit
squeeze,
absorbed
that
with
tends
something.
to squeeze you,
Okay.
crush your bones, and then it swallows you. Python.
JP, it's
Even
fine.
though, Chair, I've never done an extensive studies on snake. However, the understanding general is that a python is a very powerful snake that can squeeze you to death. That's how much strength it has. So it can do anything to its prey at any given moment when it's given an opportunity. That's my little understanding of the actual snake called python.
It kills by conscription.
Yes.
What is
Pardon?
it?
Chair?
Constriction.
Yes.
Yes.
In other words,
Thank you.
my understanding of a python, SC, is that, as the chairperson has articulated it, it's capable of crushing one and swallowing one up. So, ungandibuzi, ndinosizi lwakho. All I'm saying is, are you so powerful, in the flirtatious sense, of course? Are you a python? And then she laughs. And then at 1916, she shares a video, 1916, and then I then comment at 1917.
Do you remember what it was?
I can't,
Okay.
but I believe it depicted her for the reason that will become clearer now. I'm saying way back then, ngoko. In other words, I'm saying, does this video show you way back then? Is it a picture of you way back then, ngoko?
Ngogo is indeed then, Chair.
Then she says, yes. Then I say, send me something of the situation now, please. She laughs at that, page 1246. And then I also laugh at 1918. Then she says, when you run out of ubutongo, please undibhalele about GBV. Then with that emoji, pretty, please. So this is how I understood it. In the midst of what we were discussing, she's saying, when you lose your sleepiness, or when you run out of sleepiness, please find time to write me an essay on GBV, pretty, please. So once again, there's the word pretty. I'm addressed in that fashion.
When you run out of sleep, please write about GBV for me. Pretty please.
What did you understand this to be referring to? An assignment?
I understood this to be referring to an assignment, and she sought assistance from me. And indeed, to cut a long story short, somewhere, I then, maybe before we deal with that, at page 1247, she says, just the introduction. Then I ask, what are you doing this assignment for? She says at 1248, English assignment. Then I ask title of the assignment. Then she shares the assignment itself at 2004. Then there is this lady who appears to be a weightlifter. I sent that picture of that lady, 1249, honorable members of the
JP,
panel.
before you get there, what would you say to testimony that this did not really refer to an assignment? She wanted you to write about GBV. It was a task to you. What was your understanding?
I did
It was
not understand.
testing you.
I did not understand her to be saying anything other than what is contained here. I thought she was very serious about it, and as will more fully appear when the conversation unfolds, which is what I tend to deal with shortly hereafter.
Thank you.
So the reason why I sent that lady is a weightlifter. That's what she is. And my focus was on reverse GBV. I was interacting with her within the context of, by the way, by GBV, you must understand, there may be women or females who are more, when it comes to strength, more, who have got more vitality. And we may have a case of reverse GBV, such as where the male party is the complainant or the person who is suffering. So that picture was just meant for that, nothing more, nothing less.
Thank you, JP.
And then my contribution on 8 July 2021, because I understood her to be serious, that she wanted my assistance.
We are now at 1250.
1250 at 9:19. That was my contribution to the assignment. I Googled something and found something that dealt with GBV. I sent that at 0919, and within no time, at 0924, 924, morning, this should suffice, much obliged. She is thanking me. So I believed she was genuine. I did not know that she was pretending. In any event, I was not given to understand that she was pretending. I was serious about it, and indeed, I made a contribution.
Thank you.
I was at no stage under the view that I was meting out any form of GBV to the complainant. Even when I was asking, are you a Python? I've explained the context.
Thank you, JP.
Then on 9 July, I'm still going back to Ndinosizi lwakho. I have pity for you at 0656. I ask, why do you pity me? Nothing eventuates from that. Then on 12 July, I wake up to there was a status picture of hers where she says, we met her kwezinye izindlu. Then I was laughing at that comment. We met her kwezinye izindlu.
We met her kwezinye izindlu, the direct translation. We met her in other households.
And what was your understanding?
My understanding was that she was saying elsewhere, as a person, as a female, there are people to whom we met her. Basically, we met her with other persons. But it's going to become clearer when the conversation unfolds. So at 20:01, she sends me something. It looks like a meme. I can't remember what it was. But then at 20:01, I also send that picture of a troubled face, somebody who seems to to have been thought-provoking. I mean, something was responding to something that is thought-provoking. Then she says, Ayin support structure yamle, ayondoda, so chill. In other words, the concern that I have this lady who matters in other homesteads, it makes me express concern the way I did. Then she says,
Do you
Ayin,
remember what concerned you, that picture of a man? What were you communicating?
where?
The man who's troubled.
No, this man
Your
is troubled
interpretation.
because this person that she's flirting with seems to be saying we met her elsewhere. And then I express concern. It's a troubled face, basically.
Thank you.
So she says, Ayin, support structure yamle, ayondoda, so chill.
Can you get an interpretation?
Once again, Chair, we come across the Hain, which does not have a direct translation, if I may say, meaning as well. It still remains an exclamation, followed by, this is my support structure, not a man. So chill.
Thank you. Then at 1252, page 1252, 2003, I then say, well, I'm not complaining. Then she seeks to engage me a bit on that by saying, squele, which I understood her to be saying, une squele, you are jealous, within a flirtatious context.
The direct translation of the word squele means jealousy or jealous.
And then I respond by saying, tu kanti, no, not at all. I'm not jealous, just relax. Then I ask, uwedwa? Then the answer is no, I'm not all by myself. Then I say, okay.
Tu kanti, not at all. Then the next word on 2004, uwedwa. Are you alone?
Thank you.
I pause here to say moment was made of this question, wedwa, and it caused a bit of emotion on the part of the complainant. I'm still at a loss because all I was asking, as we interact the way we are doing, are you all by yourself where you are? She seemed to be suggesting that I was saying she is a loner or something like that. I don't want to waste time by going into that because I would have to go through this and that other document. I would like to be of assistance to the tribunal by moving as fast as possible.
Just tell us what you meant. I think that will
When
suffice.
I was asking at 2004, we were conversing. She was saying, chill, don't
Yes.
worry, I don't have another man. That's my understanding. Chill, don't worry. Then she says, unesquele. Then I say, no, not at all. Then flowing from that, because we were conversing, I established from her whether she's all by herself. She says, no, I'm not all by myself. And then I say, that's okay.
Thank you.
Then on 15 July 2021, there's a video of me that I shared with her. She then laughs and says, drooling. I do seem
What
to...
did you understand that to mean?
Well, drooling means it looks appetizing.
Okay. Thank you.
I must say that when I look at that picture, even in hindsight, it's me, it's a video of me, but it was at a time when it was COVID. It was time for, it was lockdown time when people were expected to put on masks and so on. So faintly though, I can see it's a video about that, then drooling. Then I then siyazama wethu khona izinto ezisibhidayo. We are trying our best, but there are things that are beyond our control.
The direct translation of that, Chair, will be, we are trying, but there are things that confuses us.
Thank you. And then at 1343, remember I had shared a video of me. She says, beauty of the nature ayinyamezeleki. It is hard to resist beauty of nature.
Or we can make use of the word unbearable. Beauty of the nature is unbearable.
Thank you. Counsel, I understood that to be referring to me in relation to the video that I was sharing. It may sound as if I am bigger than my head, but I can't help but mention that. Beauty of nature is hard to resist, or the way the interpreter has put it. Then there's laughing, then there's deletion. Then I then call upon her to share something. She does share it at page 1254, quite a number of pictures. And then I thanked her for that. Those may have been pictures about social things, nothing of significance. And then on 18 July 2021, the reason why I'm approaching things in this fashion is because it's not because there's something that I'm avoiding, but I'm going for those things that I believe I should testify in relation to. I have no problem in dealing with this on a line-by-line basis.
No, it's
But I'm
fine.
trying to be of assistance to the tribunal.
You're doing fine, JP.
Thank
We'll
you.
tell you if
Then her status has got that exclamation MKQ, and then I say, yay, I can't remember what it was about. Then there's 18 July 2021, there's a status, whatever that means from her, and then I say, Mwim. Then there's
meaning,
laughing.
let's just interrogate that a bit before it's misunderstood.
That which the JP exclaimed.
Yeah.
Chair, there's no word in particular except an expression of, not sure how to interpret that part.
Last time you interpret like a click
It's a
and
click.
exclamation.
Yes, Chair.
And then this message was deleted. Okay, she laughs at that at 1924, and then something is deleted. And then I also don't understand why she said uxolo laughingly. I can't remember. Then there's a message that's deleted from my side, but clearly I may have sent her something, and then I said ubuke wedwa. Her response was aisemnandi, whatever I had shared with her.
And when you were saying buke wedwa,
Ubuke wedwa, it's watch it alone.
thank you.
Then semandi, it's nice, so it's pleasurable.
And then there's a question mark where I say, Dipndo, would you love it or you'd love it? Then her response is, uyicime ndingekayigqibi, uyacaca uphela esithubeni.
The translation of deep ndo, that's where we start. Something deep, it's a question. Then uyicime ndingekagqibi. You deleted it before I could finish watching it. Uyacaca uphela esithubeni. It is clear, or it goes off to show that you go halfway.
And what is this discussion? How would you describe it?
It's a flirtatious talk, and I can expatiate with the benefit of hindsight and looking at what is before us here. But the starting point is, if one goes to paragraph 18 of the complaint at page 10 of the consolidated document, she says, I sent her different sizes of male private parts on this occasion. And then in her testimony, page 38 on day 5, she says, I sent her a collage of different sex positions. This is what she says in the complaint. And then during testimony, something different. And let's go back to the conversation. This would, when I say buke wedwa, semnandi, dipndo, you'd love it, it related to a deep sexual, shall I say, sensual relationship between the two persons whose picture I had sent. So when I say deep, you'd loved it. It, with hindsight, I believe those were two people kissing one another in a deep way.
Thank you, JP. You may move.
Then she says, "Uyacaca uphela esithubeni." I understood that to be saying, it looks like you are superficial in doing things. Then I asked, "You'd loved it?" Then she says, "Mandiqale ndiyigqibe ndiza kuphendula." Then
Translation of that, let me finish first, then I will answer or I will give you an answer.
Then, haha, yo mandicime. Then in response, she's mandicime, let me delete. She then say, "Oh, umoya oyingcwele mawungenelele," meaning the Holy Spirit should intervene. I understood her to be saying, "Oh, please don't delete because I'm still looking at it. May the Spirit intervene on my behalf."
Translation starting from you, mandicime. You being an exclamation, mandicime, let me delete. And then oh, ewe, with the exclamation of cause of oh, yes, let the Holy Spirit intervene.
And then I don't know what I had sent, but she says, "Ngako konke," maybe I was trying to check what she meant by saying, "Usencokweni andinakubhala rhabaxa." Hayi ke andithi usencokweni andinawubhala rhabaxa.
The translation of aike anditi usencokweni andinakubhala rhabaxa. Well, isn't it that you are in conversation? I should therefore not be texting roughly or rudely. And then the next response, ngako konke, with all there is.
Thank you. And then I then say ingathi ufuna kubethwe phezulu wena, and then there's half insertion followed by foreplay kindles. So
Okay, let's just hear that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ingati ufuna kubethwe phezulu wena. It seems as if you want this to be done on the surface. Then the following one was half insertion, which is in English.
Yes. And then there, I believe it related to the very picture that I had sent, or a video of persons who were kissing one another deeply. So she then says at 1932, foreplay kindles.
Is it your understanding at this point, JP, that she is playing along? There is no tension between the two of you.
Exactly, that is my understanding.
Okay.
Then I say, I mean eventually. Then she responds by saying, "Before ihlathi liche kuqala kancinci."
The direct translation, Chair, of that, before the bush burns, it starts small.
I say, "I understand." Then slowly, in other words, this is
Did
done.
you understand what she meant and what?
I understood what she meant as being, you start small and things develop. In other words, it takes a spark, just a small thing, to burn the whole forest. So within the flirtatious context, I understood her to be saying, well, even if things are done superficially, eventually it's all going to be something that is very hot to destroy the whole forest in this context.
And if it was said she was rebuffing you, what would you say?
Not at all. On the contrary.
Okay.
This
Sorry, I
is
didn't-
a
I didn't hear
clear
your question.
flirtatious.
Just a minute, I didn't hear your question.
If it was said that this was a rebuff, was rebuffing you, what would you say?
I would say, on the contrary, it's not a rebuff. She's not only playing along, she is flirtatious in an outright fashion. And that's how I understood it within what we were discussing.
Thank you.
It preceded by foreplay kindles. She then says, "Before ihlathi liche kuqala kancinci." So when we engage one another, we start small and build up. I understand slowly. She then says, "Please." And then there is a long term is okay for you. That was flirtatious and sensual. She says, "Of course," which is a response. It's yes, in other words.
JP, could you tell us where you are again? Just
I'm
the
at page 1258.
Yes. Just wait a bit so that the panel is there.
1258.
Yes, you may proceed. Thank you.
So the answer at 1933 is of course. Then in response, I show those emojis that are salivating in light of what we were discussing. Then she changes topic.
Can you tell us about, because it's been something spoken about or mentioned, a long term? What did you mean?
Long term is a male private part.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
And then she says, Khange ndikuxelele, I am currently off sick. Kwathi kanti ndine stress ndawa. I did not tell you that I'm currently off sick. It turned out that I was suffering from stress and at some point I fell. 1934.
Let's confirm with our expert.
The JP indeed translated it exactly how I would have put it. I did not tell you that I am currently off sick, and it turned out that I have stress and I fell.
Thank
Then
you,
I exclaimed at 1934 and asked kwenzakala ntoni? In other words, what is happening or what has happened? Is it because of studies? Then her response is, which is very significant, your CM's insult found a home. In other words, your court manager, her insults found a home. So in other words, it seems she's saying I'm depressed or I'm under stress because of the treatment meted out by the court manager. But she then says, your court manager. There's nothing of significance, I'm just mentioning it. Then I say, you must laugh some of the troubles away and emulate me. And then she winks at that at 1937 at page 1259. I must say, there's nothing of significance here. Speaking for myself, I will jump.
Yes, thank you, JP.
I will jump. But before I jump, let me go to 1940. I must come and give you a boost. Then there's an injection emoji. Give you a boost.
What did that refer to?
It is about health. It is in the context of somebody to heal because they say they are operating under stress. Then she says to that, when strong to stand on my feet, it's fine. Is it that bad? This is me asking. Then she says the coming week will be the second week. It was really bad. I'm getting there slowly. And then I asked, Kanene, you are tender. Kanene?
By the way,
Then she says, very. And then I say, oh man. Then it seems I deleted something that read, Uza kuyithini i-rough ride? That was a sensual talk. She responds, ndizayipasa once I am myself. I will.
What is that conversation? Does that what you say and what she says?
Ndizayipasa once I am myself, interpreter.
Ndizayipasa, I will pass it once I'm myself, in a sense of pass to succeed in something once I'm myself.
I will make it.
Make it, it's another synonym for the same word.
This was a sensual talk.
Okay.
In very clear terms, deep sensual talk. Then.
Can I just take you back
Thank you,
on
Chairperson.
something which looks like an injection?
Yes. 1259 at
Yeah.
1940.
Correct. Somebody said, with reference to that injection,
Yes.
says it's referring to the penis and not medical something.
A number of people could read it in many ways. In the context of what we were discussing, I simply said, I will come and give you a boost. I will do any and everything that's going to uplift your spirits. So, and let me perhaps say something. To the extent that it could be referred to as something that is sensual, as perceived by others. The truth is that in no time thereafter, I talk about a rough ride. So the talks are sensual in and by themselves. But as I say, sincerely, Chairperson, when I was saying I must come and give you a boost, She then says, when strong to stand on my feet.
Could it be far, is it far off the mark if someone interprets that? I'm not saying you as meaning exactly what the chairperson is saying, is that it could mean
It could mean
oral
that.
sex.
It's not far off the mark, especially that in no time thereafter, I am more explicit about something that is sensual, Chairperson, which is at page 1260.
Could that be the purpose for which you put it?
Possibly. But what I don't associate
Sorry,
myself
JP.
with,
Sorry, JP, you should know. You should know.
that,
Possibly is not good enough an answer. I'm sorry.
yes. What I'm trying to
Council
explain,
is asking you,
yes,
with this symbol of an injection,
yes.
could it be that you meant penis?
That's exactly
Did you
what
mean that?
Yes. I could mean that. I could mean that. That's my answer. I could mean that. The reason why I'm addressing myself in this fashion is that I don't associate an injection with a penis. But then at the same time, insofar as in no time thereafter at 1948, sorry, not 1948, at 1943 at page 1260, I then say, uzayithini rough ride. So, yes, let me concede and say within this flirtatious talk, within this sensual, deep sensual talk, it could have meant that. In other words, I don't want to dissociate myself with whosoever puts it within the realm of a sexual talk. I
But
don't know.
JP, we were here to hear your views,
Yes,
your personal view about it.
yes, I agree.
Yeah, but then
Ma-
what was your personal perception about it? Did you convey a penis or did you not?
I conveyed not necessarily a penis, but I can't dispute that it could mean that. Let me explain myself. It is something that is going to uplift her spirits as a person who is depressed. I'm dealing with it in that fashion. But speaking for myself, seated here as I do, and on reflection, I don't quarrel with somebody who then says, well, it was a penis. But then I am saying I am more explicit in relation to that much later when I talk about a rough ride. Rough ride at 1943 at 1260. So, Chairperson, let me concede and say this was a sexual talk, this was a sensual talk. Even if one could say it refers to a penis, I can't deny that if they see it that way.
Mr. Skakani,
I'm gonna go back to it
I
just so
think
that we get out.
we were otherwise on page, was it?
Page 1260.
59?
1260.
Yeah, you may proceed. You may proceed, JP.
Her response is in the Zaipasa, once I am myself. I am going to make it. I am going
What
to
time are you now?
1943 at
Thank you.
1260. I will make it for a rough ride. That's a sexual talk, Chairperson. I don't deny that. Umane ucimelani na engathi ungumntu lo owakhe wangena engxakini. Why do you keep on deleting? It looks like you are somebody who once encountered a problem.
Let's see if the interpreter agrees with you.
Why do you keep on deleting as if you are someone who was once in trouble?
Then I say they are peeping toms, and then she laughs at that. Then I say caution is not a bad idea. And then I address myself to somebody who can pick up the phone and become privy to these sensual, embarrassing chats that relate to sexual positions and all the like. Then she laughs at that at 1948. And then there's good night. I will stop there because I don't believe there's anything of significance. Save to say it is followed in the morning on 28 July 2021.
Yes.
It's all about this issue about reconciliation and forgiveness. There's no comment until we get to 30 July 2021. And then in the morning, on the following day on 12 August, Enkosi nge best wishes. Thank you for the best wishes. Maybe I sent her something. And then she says, I say thank you for the best wishes. She must have sent something to me. I can't remember what it was. And then she says, you're most welcome. I should reciprocate. It was really good chat. Yes, 1263A. I should reciprocate. It was really good to chat, though it was brief. Thank you so much. That goes to 1263B. It's a very cordial talk. There's nothing of moment. And then there's nothing of moment. Page 1263C, page 1264. There's this discussion about the judgment that was handed down on rape and so on. 1265, still there's nothing of significance. And then she initiates the chat on the 16th of October. She greets me in the morning, and then I ask Njani Squele, which is what we were discussing previously in relation to the case. And then there's nothing of significance, really. And then there's a status that I put up on 21 June 1267. 1267, she wakes up and says, Haibo. It's 0559. So that's what, in my view, demonstrates that Haibo is merely an exclamation. I don't remember what that was about, but it had to do with my status picture, Haibo. And then there is nothing of significance. On 21 November, Jola, happy Sunday. My apologies first for approaching you. This is work-related. Then I say, why not? That which you want should happen. Then she says, much obliged. And then there's sharing of court roles. Thank you so much. And so on and so forth. Then on 27 January 2022, her status picture, who is this? It's me. And then I say, Suka, it's an exclamation. Then she says,
What
Inen,
is that now?
1273, sorry. 1273, 1905. Who is this? It's me, she responds. Then I then exclaim, Suka. Then she says, Inen. When I say Suka, it sort of unbelief that was being expressed in that fashion. She says, Inen. And then I say, if munokwela kwehlela kuvele ubuso, so that I can see you. Then she laughs at that. And then I show that I'm serious about what I'm asking, but that's how it ends. Then can I take the tribunal to... I'm looking for a status picture of mine that I had uploaded. Oh no, there it's at 1269. I almost forgot that. 1269 on 4 November 2021. I was at the gym. Then I took a picture, in fact, a video of me at the gym. She says Jola in appreciation, nothing else. 1905. And then I laugh at that. And then I say fat must fall. In other words, I was trying to say for one to keep fit, they must continue exercising. I'm just referring to that to show that there are charts that were initiated. She was just saying Jola in appreciation of a status that I had posted.
JP, am I correct that actually until that kind of discussion, which is not sensual, it's just about work, goes until 1275?
Correct, Council.
And I want to take you to 1276.
Yes.
You see that message
Which one?
at 1275, all of those. The first one at 2006, you see, Makusetshenzwe.
Firstly, 1276 is a repetition. Well, it's something that was shared with the person who was translating. That's 1276.
Yes.
There was a chat involving me and the complainant, which had to do with work. I was just saying Makusetshenzwe because there was sharing of a court role. And then she had said on her status, it looks like during this term we are going to sweat.
It's fine. And the next one, did you ever receive that message?
No.
Let's read that message.
Ugqiba kwam uchama, after I finish.
It's an
Yeah.
answer to a message that says,
It's an answer to something that you see, it's uyanya. You are shitting. Ugqiba kwam uchama, 0906, 28 June 2022.
that's
This
my
is
question. Did you ever receive that message from the complainant?
not at all. That conversation had nothing to do with me.
Did you ever write that message?
Not at all.
Did you ever what?
Write that message and send it,
Not at
or
all.
write it at all?
Yes. I don't even know what was happening before these participants in this conversation. All I can say is, interestingly, it says 0906. I can't help but think about 0905, which was appearing on that alleged K8 thing.
Chet, I don't know if we are all on the same page. From 1276 are the messages that I sent to the interpreters for translation. So I made the screenshots. It's not screenshots from the complainant.
I did not.
1276. That's the one where there's some typing on it. That is the translations.
It's K12. I'm not, I didn't say what you say I said. It's at 1276 of volume 3.
Yes, that's a pictures that I made.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm asking about the messages.
okay. So that we just know that this is nothing that the complainant gave us. I took it from certain parts of the messages to send to the interpreters for translations. Because it was too many WhatsApp messages that I could send in a document. It was too big. I could not email it, so I had to go and crop it. And also so that they know where the causa words are that we needed translations on, because the English they don't need.
But all I'm saying, I don't know, I'm not following you, is that K12 is from the complaint itself.
Is correct.
Yes.
I'm just referring to so that because you are referring now to 1276 and 1277. I just want that to place on record that I made those pages when I collected the evidence.
I understand what the evidence leader is trying to explain. It's something that I tried explaining initially, that it seems to me that those are charts that had to be dealt with by some interpreter. But I would say let's go to K13 at page K13 of volume 1. Volume 1. For a clearer picture of what we are
Yes,
about.
thank you, JP. Go there.
Volume 1.
Volume 1, page 51.
It's okay. Why? It's taking you to K13. This is K12. K13 as well. So, what page is this? This is 31. 31. Okay. It's K13. Just go to the other page.
Page 51, volume 1.
Yes.
Just a minute. What's the page?
Page one.
Yes.
Yes.
There are two ticks, 0906. Then there's U. I don't know who the U is, but I've been seeing JP, Uyanya. Then ugqiba kwam uchama, 0906. Then below that, there's 28 June 2022. Then there is U status. I don't know whose status was this. Umyeni womntu utata wabantwana agqibe abe ngumphathi aphinde. That is page 51, Chairperson. I have no knowledge of that conversation. I never engaged in any form of conversation such as this one with the complainant. And then at 1833, because we see now this is 1437, this thing about Umyeni Womntu, 1437. So it means we've got to find this conversation and slot 1437. I have tried my best. I have not found a way of slotting it in there. Insofar as it is alleged, it's got to do with me. It's got nothing to do with me, this conversation. It's K12. If we go to the complaint itself, K12, I was extremely perturbed at page 20. That is the consolidated bundle. I was extremely perturbed. K11, K12 later. I think she says she sent a text, see annexure K13. Now, let's then look at page 19 of the consolidated bundle.
Thank you, JP.
Page 19 of the consolidated bundle. Paragraph 17. Everything that's got to do with K11, K12, K13 is said to have happened on 27 June 2021. 2021. Let me read it. On the 27th of June 2021, he sent me an image of his penis but swiftly deleted it after I had a glimpse. 27 June. My reply was Uyanya. Then his reply was Ugqiba kwam uchama. I never said anything after. On the 28th of June, he sent me a picture of a fit lady. We now know that that fit lady was sent in a different context, wearing a t-shirt covering private parts, and in reply, I sent an image of a person hanging himself with a tissue paper. I further uploaded the leg that he sent to me on my status. Close
Chair,
quote.
you will
Close
see,
quote.
Chair, you will see that that's where the evidence leader was intervening about this conversation, about that picture. But it's paragraph 17 is a narration of that conversation from the complainant. That I'm just saying, she was saying it's something that she sent to this, but I'm saying it's actually narrated in paragraph 17, and that's what the JP is reading. Thank you, JP.
Most importantly, honorable members, I'm reading from page 19. This is said to have occurred on 27 June. There were no conversations between the parties on 27 June. There were conversations on 26 and then thereafter on 29. But let's assume in the favor of...
No. Let's assume for now. Let's go back to where we were at 1276.
Page 1276. So we now know that 1276 is not going to help us because, as the evidence leader has said, that is stuff that she sent to the interpreter to interpret. So 1276 is unavailing. I see a nod.
I thought I was going to ask you whether you did send this,
What?
or rather, whether you received this.
Which one? 1276?
Uyanya.
Let me make it very easy, Chairperson.
JP, go to volume 3.
I'm in volume, actually the consolidated volume. That's where I am. That is where my narration of the events in question are. When I was dealing with the complaint, let's go to page 94.
Of what, JP?
Of the consolidated bundle. Sorry, 97 of the consolidated bundle. The response of the chairperson, the response that is sought by the chairperson relates to whether there was a conversation. I'm showing the conversation in its proper context. Are we at page 97, chairperson?
Yes.
Yes. So, if you read there, and the mango, this is how I saved her. Caba kuzawuphefumleka ngopipe kule term. So I had distributed a term roll. Then she says, yo, it looks like we are going to sweat during this term. And then in response, I simply said, makusetyenzwe. This is me saying, makusetyenzwe. Can you interpret that?
Can I start from the word Caba, Chair, with your permission? Seemingly, that's how I would translate it. We will breathe through pipes this term. Then the response of the JP to that effect, makusetyenzwe. Let us work.
And then, thank you, interpreter. Then the last conversation from her is that monkey that seems to be asleep. It's a meme. So that conversation starts and ends there, nothing. There's no H1, there's no H2, it's a conversation between the complainant and I. On the 18th of September 2022, it's a work-related conversation.
JP, can I take you to where the chairperson was taking you, which is 1276, so
Yes.
that he finishes what he wanted to ask?
I'm not sure whether there's a question for me to answer.
I'm just saying the chairperson had taken you to that picture below. What he wanted to ask a question about that.
Yes.
Yeah, before you took him elsewhere. Chairperson, am I?
On 1276.
Yes, Chair, you were asking about that question. I mean, about that picture, that conversation below.
Yes.
Yes.
The one which I asked whether you did receive. I think I asked you whether you did receive this communication.
Which one?
Uyanya.
No, never. Never received something like that.
Do you know if this was ever found on your phone?
Never.
It was downloaded?
It was not found.
Both of them, including your answer?
Yes.
Including your alleged
No, that
answer?
conversation was
not.
not found. You'll remember from day one, this basis of my defense, even at the JCC, was that we had these flirtatious talks until February 2022. So this one of 18 September 2022 was a work-related conversation.
Yes.
But then, Chairperson, I referred to volume 1, page 51, for something that brings us closer to what was referred to. And I would like to say something about it. Chairperson, we must remember that at page 17, it is alleged that there was a conversation between the complainant and I. On 27 June 2021, I've already made the point that there were no conversations between the complainant and I on the 27th. That point I thought I should make. And then I am saying, if you juxtapose what is said in paragraph 17, page 19, which seeks to narrate something that allegedly occurred on the 27th, and I would like us to read it, Chairperson. On 27 June 2021, he sent me an image of his Spanish, but swiftly deleted after I had had a glimpse. My reply was Uyanya. Then his reply was Ugqiba kwam uchama. So it is being alleged that there was this conversation on 27 June 2021. The first point that I wish to make is there were no conversations between the complainant and I on 27 June 2021. This suggestion that there were those conversations, if we go to page 51 of volume 1, which is something that comes closer to what the chairperson was engaging me on. Annexure K12, volume 1. 0906 Uyanya. Then 0906 Ugqiba kwam uchama. And then 28 June 2022, immediately thereafter. So this conversation does not belong to the complainant and I. And I'm saying, assuming in her favor that it did take place, this conversation on 27 June 2021, it would have meant there was a rebuff, Uyanya, and what happens at K13? Can we go to K13 at page 52, where it says, "Ndicela uyeke undinyela, tata, please, andifane nabanye," and so on and so forth. That is K13. So it would mean that there would never have been conversations between the complainant and I beyond 27 June 2021. But here we see that this relates to something that may have been conversed by some parties around 2022.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
No,
May
Council,
I take you to?
you can take me through
something else?
to something. Because the conversations have now ended
Yes.
on the strength of exhibit of volume 3.
Yes. JP, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions before we close. We're lucky that we will. I want to take you back to where you started. When these conversations, private conversations, were publicized or were to be publicized, what did you do?
The starting point is that I was gutted, as I said in my answering affidavit, that conversations of this nature between two adults, in my view, adults who were consenting to what they were talking about, had now become the subject of a status picture by or at the instance of the complainant. So my concern was this thing is disseminated and it is damaging. So the starting point was, and this is what I thought of, you know what? It is an offense for one to disseminate stuff between two people without the consent of the other person. Be that as it may, I did not follow that route because I was highly embarrassed. I did not want to be very technical about it. I sought a way of having that status picture or those status pictures that were circulating virally stopping. That is why I made an endeavor to speak to the complainant. I think it must have been Sunday, the 4th of December 2022.
Right. What else did you do about it apart from attempting to speak to the complainant?
One of the things that I remember doing, because I thought the way in which these were viral would reach the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary. On Tuesday, the 6th, I think, I flew to Joburg.
6th. Give us the year.
6th of December 2022.
Yes.
I spent 7 minutes with the Chief Justice at his office, Constitutional Hill. I expressed myself in relation to what was circulating, and I said to him, this is viral, it may reach him. He said, well, you know what? I'm not deep into WhatsApp stuff. I don't even know about it. And then I said, well, I thought I should make you aware that there's something of this nature. And in the event that anything of this sort becomes formalized, I will then deal with it. His response was simple. It was that, well, JP, these things do happen to people. You must be careful in the sense that you've got to pray hard. It may be that, well, put it this way, he shared a few experiences about allegations being made about people. And then he said to me, if you believe in God, this is time for you to pray hard. I spent something like 7 to 10 minutes and then I walked out. That was it between the CJ and I on the 6th. So he was merely receiving what I was telling him. He was telling me that he has received nothing. And I was simply saying to him, this thing may circulate until it reaches his desk. When I say his desk, I mean his phone, in the sense that it may circulate and he may see that a member of the judiciary is engaged in certain chats such as were circulated. And to mitigate the embarrassment, I thought I should be proactive and say to the Chief Justice, be mindful, this may happen. These things may reach your phone. But he said to me, look, I'm not deep into WhatsApp stuff. I am very illiterate when it comes to that. We parted ways. I flew back to East London on the same day.
Your testimony has also been about pictures and conversations, embarrassing pictures alleged. Have you done anything about them?
About what?
About those pictures? Have you reported any case?
Yes, I did open a case of crimen injuria against the complainant in relation to the alleged event of 15, now 14, or 14 or 15, I'm not sure, but I have opened a crimen injuria case. And also in relation to pictures that I did not send to her, I have done that.
And there's
All I can say is, in answer to your question, yes, there is a case that I have opened, but I'm not saying it is relevant to these proceedings. But what I can say is it shows my commitment to disputing what I'm said to have done.
I want to go back to what may seem like you justifying what others call unreasonable persistence. It was suggested at some point that culture is used to justify harassment. How do you see the accusation that you were persisting
That I was persisting with?
with this flirting? You were persisting for a long time. You talked about the role of persisting in courting. How did you understand your persisting?
I can only start off by explaining what was said to me and it. Partly, my persistence stemmed from that, but there is this notion of philosophical perspective that you are engaged in relation to which you are engaging me. This thing about persistence. Looked at from the Eurocentric perspective, one may then say, when you persist, you harass. I don't understand it that way. It is a perspective that does not appreciate my culture. And I'm putting aside the issue about the complainant having said, and it.
Yes. Your answers in these proceedings indicate that, in a nutshell, you are disputing the legitimacy of this complaint. Am I correct?
To the extent that a complaint that is laced up with lies, in my view, should not have seen the doors of the JSC as a starting point. A complaint that is laced up with lies, that is founded on lies, ought not to be entertained. But I know that at that particular point in time, it must have been a challenge on the part of those who have had to decide to simply reject things that were said about me right out of hand.
For those
So the point I am simply making is that a complaint that is tainted by lies is not a valid complaint. I say so notwithstanding the fact that I am here to testify, because I didn't have to be technical about it.
For those who think that life can never be the same, for both of you, why would she do that? Why do you think she would do that?
Who? The
The
complainant?
complainant
Pursue a complaint?
that you call false. Why
Yes.
would she do that?
I can only speculate, and I'm not sure I'm entitled to do that. But what I can say is simply that, looking at it now in its proper context or perspective in hindsight, so there were these charts between June 2021 and February 2022, which I believe are flirtatious. The charts are wanted. There's nothing about them being unwanted. Whoever she may.
Sorry, let me write those days again. Because 1 minute I remember them, the next one I don't.
Come again.
The days, flirtation starting when and then ending when.
For the sake of completeness, the flirtatious talks between the complainant and I commenced in around June 2021. And ended around February 2022. May I refer the tribunal to page 69 of the consolidated bundle.
Before you do that, while I have this file in front of me, which we've been going through this afternoon, page 1275.
Yes.
I'm not so sure whether earlier on, when you stopped there, you said that was the end of the exchange of WhatsApp messages.
Indeed. Indeed. Now I'm moving on to fortify my answer.
No, I'm still writing my notes.
Thank you.
Just
Sorry.
give me time.
I will. Sorry, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Page 69, the consolidated bundle. Paragraph 3 of my affidavit. Page 69. Paragraph 3. I engaged in WhatsApp exchanges with Ms. Mengo from approximately June 2021 to February 2022. Page 69. So that was my response before the JCC. My version has now found support to the extent that we've got up to page 1275, which points to 18 February 2022 as having been the last date. At that particular moment, I was simply expressing myself, telling the truth as far as I knew things. And that affidavit was deposed to and attested on 24 March 2023, long before Mr. Mola was given our telephones to check these charts. So the question that was posed by SC had to do with how do I see this? Why does the complainant subject herself to this?
Or you?
And why? Well, let me speak about me firstly. It is not of my making that I'm before this tribunal. Chats that were flirtatious, involving the complainant and I as adults, the two of us having been privy thereto, the two of us having assured one another that these chats were clandestine, have found their way to the public domain. And I'm saying it is embarrassing to me. I regret that it happened. And I can only apologize to South African citizens insofar as they have become privy to embarrassing chats. That's all I can say in relation to my side of the story. And in saying that, I'm simply addressing myself to the embarrassment that has been caused. It's got nothing to do with saying, I am sorry that I had chats. I'm simply saying, I am embarrassed that clandestine chats have become a public spectacle. They are embarrassing to me. They are embarrassing to South Africans. And I owe it to them to say, well, as things are, I'm sorry that these things have found their way to the public domain.
Thank you, JP. Chair,
And then you asked me a question in relation to the complainant, and I said, I can only speculate. This is how I look at it, and I've got to be very blunt. When at some point an observation was made that these are salacious chats between two individuals and no sexual harassment can be sustained, some people somewhere, well, including the complainant herself, thought that we should embellish this claim by saying something happened on the 15th, and then when it turns out that, we've got a problem, let's go for the 14th, this is the starting point. We look at it this way. The last chart that is flirtatious is in February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Then we are told there's sexual harassment because there had to be this event that occurred in Umtata, which is fallacious, which is a fabrication. This is how I look at the complaint. And I can't help but, when reflecting, I can't help but say, you know what? The complainant could never have done this all by herself. At the realm of speculating now.
right, JP.
But I guess you would not love me to drag this tribunal
I don't
to
want you to.
speculative conclusions.
I don't
Be
want
that as it may, she probably knows better than I, because this is how I also look at it. So it's February 2022 when the charts that are flirtatious are stopped. We just stop it. Lost interest, speaking for myself. And that's where it ends. Flirtatious relationship. And that's where it ends. So this is how I look at it.
18 February 2022.
18 February 2022. And this is what I have to say about how I see things now in hindsight. So from March, I interact with the complainant in the sense that I'm in Makanda, I'm in other places, there's judges farewell, there's nothing said about the complaint. Complainant says nothing to me until I am known that I will be in Umtata on 14 and 15. And this is very significant, counsel, because I believe that that fabrication is meant to bolster an otherwise fragile case, a case that there never was. And I'm going to demonstrate why I say that. To the extent that, and I believe this is the position, it is demonstrably clear that this thing about 1415 never occurred. One must ask oneself a question. If the complainant was so distressed and frustrated about the charts that commenced in June 2021 until February 22, at least as far as I'm concerned, then she would then have lodged a complaint immediately thereafter. I mean, there's a lapse of 11 months. There's a complaint that is lodged. We have heard of initial complaints. I don't want to venture into that realm. This complaint serves before the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice looks at it. From what we were told here, the view of the Chief Justice was that this is unsatisfactory. And indeed, when we look at the initial, well, call it the complaint that is serving before the tribunal, you can see that there's a lot of things that are missing. We now know in hindsight that what was said there is far less than what was the subject of interaction. But this is also what I want to say. So from my side, I met the complainant for the last time on the 14th of June when I was commenting about the dress code. There are stories and stories around it. Also, we know in the course of time, the JCC makes a recommendation, hence we are here. For the first time, after the JCC issues its recommendation about a possible gross misconduct charge, my portrait is removed from the wall in Makanda. Chairperson, it is removed by the complainant. We now know from Mr. Kokwana, in the course of time, it was removed by the complainant. We know that having removed it, it was reinstated and there was a debate as to what should happen. And then there was a casing, those things were put there. So the complainant can't stare at this handsome face or this once handsome face that is a portrait on the wall. She can no longer look at it. Why? Because she is depressed. Why? Because something allegedly happened on the 14th, which never happened at all. On the 15th, which never happened at all. Something is very suspicious about this. And then there's a discussion about whether the portrait should be hung up there again. And the point is made that, well, no, let's be sensitive. Mr. Kokwana has got a particular view. The AJP has got a particular view. I am not called and engaged in relation to a portrait. So the question that I'm posing is, we've been here in all for 6 months, for 6 weeks in total. We've been here under one roof, and then moment could only be made about this complaint by embellishment. Firstly, about...
Sorry, but at one time she asked you to be removed from a certain position because she felt you were uncomfortably too close
interacting.
to you.
I did not understand it. Well, she is much closer now, in any event. I understood, Chairperson, to the extent that you are engaging me. I understood it to be that as the proceedings were unfolding, I was whispering and, gesturing and so on. She may have been agitated by that. But I'm saying in any event, the complainant is there, about, 7 meters from me.
Chair, I'm afraid, can I respond, please? Can I interject?
Yes.
I think this is quite extraordinary for a judge president to be saying this about a complainant in a sexual harassment case against him. If we are talking about, if we're counting the number of times that the complainant has had to show emotion, I will make mention of the fact that you will have noticed that she left the hearing today. That was because she was emotional about what she was hearing. I've asked her to come and sit here because I thought that was a requirement of this tribunal. You'll see that we've placed her in between our attorneys, not on the end. I shouldn't have to say any of this. The judge president is welcome to give his evidence, but to attack the complainant in this manner, on this reason, on this ground, is just completely unfounded, Chair. To say that she's sitting here and not fainting is quite an extraordinary statement to make.
Chairperson.
Yeah, can I intervene? May I request that we take a nicotine or caffeine break? You will be pleasantly surprised that after that, my questions may be fewer or none. Yeah.
Chairperson, through you, Counsel, I take umbrage to what is being said by Advocate Bartlender. The context of what I was saying was, This is a complaint that is laced up with lies. That is the context that I was addressing the tribunal on. In the main, I'm simply saying, why do you have a situation where a portrait is removed as soon as the JCC makes a recommendation, some months after we had been interacting? That's the point I was simply making. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Yes, we will come back at 20 to 4.
Thank you, Chair.
we are resuming now. But before we do that, let me raise something which I raised earlier on. I don't know whether that request of mine was well understood and or was met. Mr. Sikakani, in the course of your cross-examining the complainant, if I remember correctly, you said that there was a set of WhatsApp messages. Correctly so, you said so, which the complainant, when she initially filed her claim, she attached. And I thought you then said that there was yet another set of WhatsApp messages which she did not attach, which she did not disclose.
Yes.
And the impression then was that, generally speaking, it is as if, I'm not saying so, I'm not making that finding. The impression we got was as if that set of messages that she did not attach were not quite favorable to her case, to put it that way. Now, last time I said, shall we please have that set of WhatsApp messages which were said not to have been attached initially? I specifically asked for them, a catalog of them, if need be. Where are they?
Chair, can I assure you that they are here and I will get them to you? And then if there is an issue about them, we can, but they are, my attorney will get them.
Yes, there can't be an issue about them because we dealt with them.
We dealt with them, and if I gave the impression that I was arguing about them, no, they were just not there. And I think the attorney will compile them and we can deal with them at a later stage if there's an issue about them, but there isn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether there's a need to deal with them. You know what I'm asking for them because when the time comes for us to write the ruling, we should be in a position to say, these are these, those are those.
Yeah.
That's all we want.
Chair, it's my fault. The attorney
Yes.
did indicate to me that they had been compiled, and I
Yes.
will make sure that you get them, but also that our learned friends see them.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Chair.
Thank you. JP, you are still under oath. Mr. Skakani?
Thank you for the reminder, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. We have no further questions for the JP.
With your permission, Chair, if I may just mention something.
Yes.
Before we were about to adjourn for lunch, there was a discussion pertaining to a particular word that I said it does not mean no in translation because it was halfly written, which was the HAY. And I remember this pertinently because I asked my lady to just spell it out for me before I could translate it. And as a result, I explained it further to say the interpretation of that particular word would be an exclamation, not the NO. I just wanted to clear that for the completeness sake. And even in the bundle that I received, I had a look at it on page 1311 of the translation to Hai Uyagwazi. It's still there. It's the HAY, which does not mean no, because even in the translation, the no is not reflected. And then again on page 1312, it's reflected again, the same HAY under 1946 time. And I see there it's not translated either. That's just what I wanted to bring to the attention since I was given the homework to clarify this HAY.
I don't see it on 1312. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yes, Chair. The 1312, it's the translated version. It's not, with this bundle in front of me, it's not translated.
Yes.
It's left as is. And on 1311, there's only a wow that's written there. Then it's followed by the line that says, you can retaliate indeed.
1311.
1311. Time, it's 1935, where it starts with a chu. Then it says, Hai uyakwazi. The translation of that, it's, wow, you can retaliate indeed, as per this bundle.
I don't see it. I see TJUUUU. Oh,
Yes,
yeah, okay.
after
And then
that,
they have-
Chair, there's a HAY.
I see that.
Then with the full word, uyakwazi, and the monkey and the laughing emoji. I pertinently wanted to address the issue of the HAY,
Yes.
that in the isiXhosa language, you don't find that.
Oh.
In order for it to be complete to mean no in English, it has to be HAYI at the end. Then it will mean no. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Duly noted.
Chair, sorry, I'm not, I realized that I condemned myself unfairly. The bundle, the respondent supplementary bundle, has this at pages 1539
1539.
to 1593. But I will, of the
1539 to
1593. They're already there.
respondents supplementary.
It's volume 4.
Is
It's
that
called Schedule of WhatsApp Message. That's the title.
respondents volume 4?
Yes. The title you will see there, it's called Schedule of WhatsApp Messages omitted from the complaint but downloaded by Muller.
All right.
Thank you.
I have been looking
What
for
I'll
that.
do, Chair, is that when we get after this, we will share it with my learned
I'm
friends.
sure I have them somewhere.
Yes, somewhere, because it's just a question of
Yeah, I have them.
finding. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sikakani, please.
Chair, as I indicated, we have no further questions for the witness.
Yes, I just wanted to formally note that.
Yes.
Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. JP, on the attacks yesterday on me as the evidence leader, you spent a lot of time attacking me and the process followed in your evidence. In fact, people may have been confused as to whether you were making argument or giving evidence, but in any event, I will argue in due course that I have done everything required by me, by the JSC Act and the rules, and in particular that your understanding of the role of the respondents' legal representatives and the role of the evidence leader is incorrect as a matter of law. But let's stick to asking you to give evidence rather than making legal arguments. You hold the position of Judge President in the Division of the Eastern Cape, is that correct?
Correct.
And as the Judge President, you are the administrative head of the division and are expected to lead by example. Is that correct?
Live by example.
Lead.
Lead by example.
Yes.
Yes.
Would you agree that part of your duty as a leader is to foster a safe, respectful, and professional environment for all court personnel?
Correct.
As Judge President, if any judge in your division had engaged in conduct alleged to be sexually inappropriate with a junior staff member, you would treat such a matter with the utmost seriousness. Is that correct?
if any member of the judiciary were
Yes.
to be alleged to have done what?
Alleged to be sexually inappropriate with a junior staff member.
Sexually inappropriate.
Yes.
It is incumbent on members of the judiciary in terms of the Judicial Code of Conduct to deal with unbecoming conduct on the part of colleagues and possibly to take it up.
So would you have dealt with it?
I would. Any inappropriate conduct by
And
a judge.
And as Judge President, you are expected to provide effective leadership to the division, is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
You also agree that your conduct inside and outside the courtroom must reflect the highest ethical and professional standards?
My conduct,
Yes, your conduct inside and outside the courtroom.
yes.
You also agree that you are bound by the Code of Judicial Conduct and must uphold it in your official and personal conduct?
Correct.
Then you are also aware that Article 5 of the Code requires judges to act honorably and in a manner befitting judicial office at all times?
I'm aware of that, and I'm aware of that clause that you are reading. I'm also aware of the fact that at the commencement of these proceedings, you referred to it, and I'm also aware of the fact that that which you are reading, which is 5.1, has got nothing to do with these proceedings as far as I'm concerned.
Article 7 demands that a judge must dissociate from sexist conduct and must respect the dignity of others, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's look at your status as Judge President of the Eastern Cape Division.
Sure.
Would you agree that the Judge President has significant authority over both judicial officers and support staff in his division?
Correct. You say I've got judicial authority.
No, significant authority.
Signi-
Significant authority.
Significant authority.
Yes.
Can you unpack that, please, for me? Because
You have authority over people.
I've got authority over people.
Yes. Because of your status as Judge President.
I think we need to unpack it a bit. I am not going to shy away from the fact that I am the top judge in the Eastern Cape Division. And we need to contextualize the question.
All right. Let's
I
do that.
am not a supervisor of administrative staff.
No, I didn't say you are a supervisor, but you are in charge of the entire division. Is that
True,
correct?
yes.
And you present the division at the heads of court.
Correct.
And you are accountable to the Chief Justice for the division.
True.
So you have the authority.
I'm accountable to the division. I'm accountable to South Africa.
All right.
I'm accountable to litigants.
Would you also agree that the public expects you to uphold the dignity of the judiciary at all times?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that the way in which a Judge President conducts himself and the way he is perceived by the profession and by the public has a direct impact on the way that the judiciary is regarded?
You mean what they see?
Yes.
Absolutely correct.
Ms. Menga was never appointed as your secretary, is that correct?
Yes, that is the position.
In fact, she testified that she was never a secretary to any Judge President at all. She may have provided assistance from time to time.
So be it.
You cannot dispute that.
No.
In fact, Ms. Menga also testified that under the leadership of your predecessor, the late Judge President Sangoni, she only engaged with him in person when required to perform duties. There were no other after-hour phone calls or WhatsApp messages exchanged.
I hear that.
You cannot dispute that.
No.
Then on yesterday, when you started your evidence in chief, you told this panel that you had an interest in Ms. Mengo.
Yes.
When did this interest start?
After speaking to her on the day I had visited Judge Robertson's chambers, after I had spoken to her, and when we had a chat in the evening.
So did the interest already start in her office?
When I was interacting with her, and then we spoke much later on that day.
But I want to unpack this. When did your interest start with her? Was it in the office or only during the WhatsApp chats?
It started to begin with when we were talking, and then specifically later that night.
What sparked your interest?
What sparked my interest?
Yes.
I was just attracted to her mannerism and how she spoke and how she held herself
Was this the first time that you interacted with her?
directly, besides meeting her in the passageways and greeting her, and also sometimes talking in passing or talking with secretaries when I greet them in their offices. That is when I'm seeing their judges rather.
So why did you not have interest in her previously when you interacted with her? Why specifically this day?
I don't follow the question. The matter of how a spark starts when you are attracted to somebody is not mechanical, it's natural.
So it just happened.
Yeah.
Okay. You then clarified and said that this was more of a flirtatious relationship and not a romantic relationship. Is that correct?
In totality, that's what it ends up being. And it's got its ebbs and flows in terms of how deep we sometimes engaged in. But in total, it is a flirtatious relationship.
In total. So what did you then exactly want from the complainant?
What did I want?
Yes.
I wanted to explore the possibility of a romantic relationship, which started off by way of flirtation.
All right. And you have had many flirtatious relationships before. This is not your first flirtatious relationship, is that correct?
I won't answer that question. It's not relevant.
All right. So when you initiate a flirtatious relationship with any person, do you generally ask for naked pictures of that person in your first conversation you have with that person?
Firstly, your question is predicated on an allegation that when you do this with other people, I would restrain you from doing that. I would appeal to you that we deal with the facts of this matter. And therefore, could you please rephrase your question?
Why did you ask for naked pictures on the first
I did
time?
not ask for naked pictures.
You did.
I did not. Put it this way, at no stage did I ever ask for naked pictures.
We will unpack that from tomorrow.
Thank you.
You've told us that you are a formal person.
Am I what?
A formal person, and that you value tradition.
I value what?
Tradition and culture.
Yes, sure.
And you've explained to us how courting happens in the Xhosa culture.
Yes, as far as I know it.
And you've told this panel that what we've seen in these WhatsApp messages are reflective of courting in your culture.
I think the statement that you are putting to me is too broad.
That is what you testify.
No, I'm just saying the statement that you are putting is broader than what I said. I am not going to shy away from the statement or your postulation. And can you please repeat it so that I can deal with it pertinently?
You say that courting that happens in the Xhosa culture is
Yes.
what we see in these WhatsApp messages.
I'm basically saying flirtation is flirtation. And flirtation is what it is what it means. And therefore, I'm saying it is not incompatible with the Xhosa culture.
No. That's not what you
No,
testified
I'm saying it is
yesterday.
not incompatible
It is
No, no, it is
yesterday.
not incompatible with the Xhosa culture. In other words, this notion about me saying we are here dealing with Xhosa custom, we should disabuse our minds of that. I'm simply saying Xhosa custom does know or is a culture of negotiation, if I may unpack it. So flirtation and persistence should be understood within the context of negotiation. So in the Xhosa culture, negotiation is at the center of it. So I'm simply saying flirtation is not inconsistent with the Xhosa culture. And I had to infuse Xhosa culture in areas where I thought it was important for me to mention. So the notion that Mbenenge's defense is that what was happening, it was the implementation of Xhosa custom, is a wrong premise. In the Xhosa custom, there's negotiation. This thing about somebody having to earn it is known by that custom, and persistence should be understood in the context of negotiation. The custom and tradition of Xhosas has at its center negotiation.
But according to me, negotiation comes from both sides. A negotiation cannot come only from one side. You also understand it like that.
I do understand from that, I do understand your statement, the way in which you are putting it.
Was there negotiations from both sides here?
Absolutely, yes.
So in these WhatsApps, you say that you were trying to court Ms. Mengo.
Eventually. If that would eventually, if the flirtatious charts would then end up eventuating in that direction, yes.
Did you ask her out for dinner?
No,
Did you buy her gifts?
no.
Instead, what we see in the WhatsApps are that within 30 minutes of you starting the conversation on that first day,
Yes.
8 June 2021, at 19:27, you asked us to send photographs.
Yes. But there's a context. But
What is
yes.
the context?
No, the context is, please look at me, consider me, and tell yourself what it is that exactly you want of me or from me. So that's how the thing starts.
I don't follow your answer.
Can I please refer you to what I'm talking about?
Yes, please.
Let's go to volume 3.
Yes.
If you can be patient with me, please.
I will.
So let's go to page 1161. Evidence leader. Sorry, ma'am. Could we go to page 1161? 1913. I maintain myself well. Exercise keeps me younger. Keep it that way. Then she winks. And then Nzaupendi Jonge. And then page 1162, further down. I say, how would you prove? And that related to age. Then the answer, 1162 at 1921. Nguwe ofuna ukuyijonga. My part would be giving you a task. You are the one who wants to show, you are the one who wants to consider my age. My part would be to giving you a task. I can defer to superior wisdom.
Nguwe ofuna ukuyijonga.
Nguwe ofuna ukuyijonga.
You are the one who is requesting to have a look at it.
My part would be giving you a task. Then that's English. And then at page 1163, at 1924, I want to give you a chance for you uba uyijonge.
1163, the last part, for you ukuba uyijonge. When we complete the sentence, I want to give you a chance for you to have a look at it.
Yes. And then below that, immediately at 1924, within a minute, then you determine what you are looking for. What you are looking for in me. That is my answer, Counsel.
But you did ask for a picture.
And then further down, I then say, maybe a few pictures you send may serve as halfway proof. So in that context, I did ask for pictures at 1164, 1927. And then at 1165, at 2023, I say, if it won't offend, and then that attracts a wink from the complainant.
I put it to you that this is not a respectful way to engage with a person that you are courting on the first day that you are talking on WhatsApp.
Is that so?
I put it to you.
I don't agree with that postulation. Because the reason why I don't agree with it is that it is subjective. You probably are saying, and sorry, it may sound personal, what you would like to see happening in your case when somebody is approaching or advancing at you. So that's why I disagree with you. The matter of how one approaches one is it's too mechanical to say you start off by going out for dinner and so on.
But
Yes,
you-
in the Western context, maybe.
You didn't ask Ms. Menga what her preference was,
What
how
her pre-
she would like to be courted.
No, I did not have to.
Why not?
You don't ask somebody how they want to be courted. You just negotiate. The matter of how a man proposes a woman has no stipulated approach.
But
You
there
do
are
anything that wants you to engage somebody, to see her interest in you, possibly, and to indicate your interest in them.
That is a very profound statement you might make. You do anything.
No, I'm just saying, when I say you do anything, I will appeal to you not to blow it out of proportion. I am saying, when you propose, there is no book that you go to that tells you that, you know what, in biology, you do A, B, C, D, E. It is a matter of the heart and the brain and how you express yourself. For instance, when I say, if it won't offend, I was quite mindful of the fact that I don't want to engage somebody in a chat only to find that they will be offended.
She is a secretary in your division.
Correct?
Surely you must exercise caution.
True. Hence, I say, if it won't offend, among others. That's not the only time when I had to check whether she is with me in what we were conversing about.
I will unpack the WhatsApps later on. I will come to that.
Thank you.
So can we take it that you assumed that there was consent?
At which point?
You can tell us. At which
Please.
point do you say that there was consent?
When I answer the question from the perspective that if you look at the entire interaction, I would say there was consent. And I'm answering in that fashion because when I called upon you to unpack your question, you chose to pose it the way you did. So I'm basically saying there was consent at all material points in time. And in its conspectus, in the final analysis, when you look at everything that happened, you are bound to conclude, as she did when she was cross-examined, which is that any reasonable person would believe that you were playing along. And the answer was ewe, EWE, which means yes.
I put it to you, you assumed consent from the start. You did not have all the WhatsApp conversations already that first day. So you could not look at all the evidence.
No. Counsel, what I'm doing is, in answer to your question, I wanted to know from you, are you talking about consent on a particular day or consent, and you said generally. And I'm saying, if you look at the charts as we see now, with the benefit of what we have in front of us, I am saying the charts were wanted. They were not unwanted. And also I'm saying, specifically in relation to the very first day when we interacted, based on what I see here, based on my answering affidavit before the JCC, my answer is, I don't agree with you in your proposition. For instance, I say if it won't offend, and there are so many other times when I interact with her and check whether, they say in English, to test the room, just to see whether we are still on par with one another. And that is why she eventually shared her picture on that day, on that night.
But if we now look at all the evidence we have, there's a sexual harassment complaint. So surely there was no consent.
No, that's a presumption. It is not correct. And also, I will urge you, when you put such propositions, to say, based on this version and that version and whichever else version, then you can put your proposition. But I disagree with you. The notion that you are coming up with is the notion that you are presumed guilty until you prove yourself innocent. The fact that somebody does lay a complaint, regardless of whether the complaint is legitimate, is valid, is truthful, is based on the truth, is paramount. So I am not going to accept a proposition which I believe is not correct, that kungamangalwa ithetha into okokuba lo mntu umangalelwayo uyenzile loo nto.
The translation of what the JP just uttered now. Once there's a complaint or a complaint is laid, that means then that the accused
Is presumed guilty until proven innocent.
Okay, the JP finished it in English as I was about to.
So I'm not agreeing with your proposition, which is that by virtue thereof that a complaint has been lodged, it means there was no consent. That is a matter to be determined by the tribunal. One of the issues is whether the charts were wanted or unwanted, and that is why we are here. And I submit, my answer is that the charts were not unwanted.
You know what the definition of courting is?
As I understand, courting is a relationship where people consider the possibility of being partners in due course, even on a permanent basis. That's in broad terms what courting is about.
Yes, that is indeed correct. To have a romantic relationship with someone in the hope of marrying someone or
True.
have a close relationship
Yes.
with that person.
Correct.
In fact, unfortunately, in this instance, you are already a married man
What has that to do with these proceedings, ma'am?
who did not want a serious relationship with Ms. Mengo. You wanted a sexual relationship with her.
Evidence leader, I urge you and I appeal to you that you don't pose questions to me that are not relevant to the issue at hand.
I will pose to you that you don't have to lecture me.
I am not lecturing you. Sorry for that.
I'm putting the questions to you.
Come again?
I'm putting the versions and the questions to you. You can answer yes or no, or just give an answer.
Not all questions call for yes or no. I think we should be on par on that. You are asking me about my marital status, and I'm urging you to keep away from that.
That was not the only part of the question.
Can you
wanted
please-
a sexual relationship with Ms. Mengo.
Come
you
again?
didn't want a romantic relationship with her because you're already married. You wanted a sexual relationship with her.
No, please don't overload your question with 3 questions. Let's start from the beginning. The first component of your question presupposes that it's based on the fact that I am a married person. And in fact, what you are engaging me on is whether you are married or not. Is that not the position? And if that is the position, evidence leader, I am saying it is not relevant for purposes of what we are about here.
It is relevant because you're already in a relationship, but now you're seeking another relationship with a complainant, which she says is unwanted.
No, you are predicating your proposition on the fact that by virtue of the fact that somebody is married, they are precluded from doing something. And I'm saying, let's not talk about my marital status. Let's concern ourselves with my interaction with Miss Mango. Because now you are seeking to make a moral issue and you are not going to come up with a moral code that I will have to deal with, or even a universal moral code. So what I'm urging you, evidence leader, is not to pose a question about my marital status. Your question is predicated on this. JP, are you married? And my immediate answer is that is irrelevant.
You wanted a sexual relationship with Miss Mengo?
I wanted a flirtatious relationship with a view to eventually having a romantic relationship with her if that worked out.
You will agree with me that sexual interaction in any workplace is heavily regulated through labor processes.
Can you unpack that, please?
There are labor processes in place, there are internal workplace processes in place, and the code of sexual harassment is in place. So sexual relationships in the workplace is frowned upon.
What has a judge to do with a workplace? If you can help me, I'll tell you why I'm asking you this question. You are talking about labor laws that apply to employers and employees. Judges are public office bearers. They are not members of the executive arm. They are part of the judiciary. That's what they are. And the reason why I'm stating that is that you are moving from the premise that there's a code that I should have given heed to. And I will welcome it if you pinpoint a particular provision that you say this and this and that you did not observe.
The code
Then
of
we can deal with that.
Judicial conduct.
Come again?
The code of judicial conduct.
Insofar as it says what?
Excuse me, do you say
No,
that
I'm
judges
asking.
can commit sexual harassment and nothing can happen to them? Is
Your
that what you are
statement
now
is
saying?
pregnant with meaning.
she's not saying, she's not admitting to sexual harassment.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's admitting to sexual harassment.
But why do you say, are you saying that judges can commit sexual harassment?
Because
That is
that
in
was my
dispute.
question.
Reframe your question properly. Don't start from the assumption that there is already established sexual harassment
I've
before
never
us.
said there was any establishment of sexual harassment, Chair.
Well, then you have to rephrase your
I
question.
will rephrase it. Do you say that there's nothing regulating your conduct as a judicial officer?
There is.
And does that not also have an effect on sexual relationships at your office, at your workplace?
We don't have a sexual harassment policy, particularly.
I
That
agree
is
to
the
that.
starting point. We don't have that. And I don't understand you to be saying there is a particular code. I've not been told up to this point, certainly not in terms of how I've been charged, that there was a breach of a particular provision. I keep on hearing that from you every time you talk, you say something that I've never been informed of, a case that I've never been called upon to meet. So could you please rephrase your question so that I understand exactly what it is?
You agree with me that sexual interactions in the workplace are frowned upon?
Can you read me that particular provision?
It's not a provision. It's frowned upon.
No, I'm saying, can you read that particular provision that you are referring to?
I'm not referring to
You are
any
not referring to
provision.
anything.
No,
You are simply suggesting that it is frowned upon.
yes.
I would say what is frowned upon is the type of interaction or sexual, shall I say, a flirtatious conduct that is unwanted. Yes, it is frowned. It should be frowned upon.
Thank you.
So the point I'm making is any unbecoming conduct, it will be unbecoming conduct for anyone, a judge for that matter, or anyone else to harass another person, and vice versa, a female to harass a male. You see, the reason why I addressed you initially in the fashion I did, you said something about workplace and then the Labor Relations Act and all that, but I had to explain to you that I'm neither an employee nor an employer.
We agree with that.
Thank you.
Do you still maintain that this flirty interactions between you and the complainant, as you put it, was appropriate to occur in the workplace between the most senior person in that division and one of the most junior staff members?
Evidence leader, you have asked a question that has got various components. Let me find a way of answering this. Any judge, any person, anywhere for that matter, is behaving appropriately if they harass others. Then I'm talking about an inappropriate conduct. But when people flirt with one another and the flirtation is not unwanted, I do not believe that there is anything that one may say is it should be frowned upon, because I'm going to ask you in terms of what?
You said now that you are neither an employer or an employee. So I want to put it to you that it is not about whether or not you are an employer, a manager, a supervisor, or anything. You are the judge president
Very
of that
true.
division,
Very
and
true.
she is a secretary
Yes.
that works in courts.
Yes.
You are the most powerful person in that court.
What do you mean by powerful?
Don't you see yourself as the person with the most authority in that division?
Let me remind you, if we talk about the issue of power, it shifts, especially in the context of what we are talking about. So at an abstract level, let's start with what the first proposition you made. And I want to rectify something. Insofar as you sought to refer to the Labor Relations Act, it is to that extent that I said to you, I am not an employee, because the Labor Relations Act applies to employers and employees. So it is within that context that I answered the way I did. And then the second proposition about power and authority, yes and no. I'll tell you why I say yes and no. In this flirtatious relationship, I never invoked what you perceive as power on the facts of this interaction.
I'm not talking about the WhatsApp relationships. I'm talking about at the workplace, you are the most powerful person in that division. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In your evidence, you also said that many judges have had relationship with their secretaries. In fact, some of them have married their secretaries.
Could you please put it the way I did? All I was saying, I was simply saying there are judges that have married their secretaries. They would have started somewhere, either flirtation or whatever else, and then it would have gravitated to them becoming a couple, married in the true sense. Please, if possible, save me from mentioning names.
I don't want you to mention names.
Thank you.
You testified about that.
Yes.
So we need to unpack this. We don't know what the circumstances was that
No, we
surrounded their
don't. Yes.
relationships. This case is different than those.
How so? So you know there are. Is it the position that you know there are? Because I need to move from the premise that we are on par on that subject.
Are you now asking the questions to me?
Not necessarily asking questions, I am seeking clarity. Are we moving from the premise that you accept that it has previously happened.
This tribunal does not have any evidence before it about the circumstances of those relationships. Is that correct?
Evidence leader, it was merely a postulation in passing for me to mention that this thing that is looked upon as very taboo, for that matter, this is pure flirtation. You must remember that there are judges that have married their secretaries. That's all I was saying.
But
Without suggesting that I know how they eventually got to be married. I have no idea.
I want to put it to you that this case is different because in this case, the complainant do not agree that there was consent. It was not a consensual relationship.
You keep on coming with a presumption, evidence leader, and I don't believe that is correct of you to do so. This notion that once sexual harassment is mentioned, then surely one must have committed it. This is an allegation. I am here to refute or rebut that allegation. So the fact that the complainant says, well, I want to lodge a complaint because as far as I'm concerned, the chats were unwanted, that is a matter for determination by the tribunal. That is why we are here. That is why the charge sheet has been couched the way it is.
Chair, if this is a convenient time, I see it's now only 5 o'clock, but I'm going to go into the specific WhatsApps and it has been a long day. I don't know if you will give me the leniency to adjourn until tomorrow. We can start at 9 as suggested in chambers earlier this morning, or earlier today. I foresee that we will be able to finish in the 2 days that we have left.
Excuse me. Let me make this point. We had indicated that we would sit until 6 o'clock because we need to finish the evidence in this case. And I insisted that we are going to proceed. The cross-examination must start today, and if need be, we're going to sit until 6 o'clock because we need to finish this case. I think the public and the nation are becoming weary of this case. Resources are being plowed into this case, and we don't want this case to be another Senzomuiwa case or to be the Omotoso case, cases which won't run forever. It will not happen in these proceedings. If need be, we'll sit until 10 o'clock every single day in the evening. I'm reluctantly, very reluctantly, acceding to a request for us to stop now at 5:15 when we had said that we'll sit until 6 o'clock. I'm doing that very reluctantly. But let me be very clear. This is not going to be a never-ending process. If need be, from tomorrow we'll sit until 10 o'clock. We adjourn until tomorrow 9 o'clock.